Volker, Guelzow.
So, hello everybody. Welcome to our EGI 2024 conference here in wonderful Lecce, the wonderful Baroque city. So take a look through the city, but not please during the conference, of course. We are about more than 300 participants here. This is a very good number, and I'm very pleased to see you all here. And I would like to start with thanking our cooperating institute here, which is CMCC, the Institute for Climate Research here in Lecce. So a big thank you partnering with us, and later we will have a talk by Fabrizio Antonio about the computing issues in climate research. So I'm very keen to hear this talk. Climate research, of course, is, as you all know, we know we are faced with climate change. We know this for 50 years already. 50 years ago, we had this debate about whether it was human-made or not. But this is all sorted out. We know we as humans are responsible for human changes. We are experiencing, for climate changes, we are experiencing this climate change through storms, floodings, and so forth, just recently, and high temperatures, for instance, in the Mediterranean Sea. Have a lot of evaporation, a lot of water in the air. And this is causing a lot of trouble. So we know all this, and we have to do something against this. And one of our topics, of course, is we have to do something against this in computing. And we have to save energy. We have to look for energy efficient solutions for our computing and so forth. So currently, so far as I remember, so high single-digit numbers of energy worldwide are consumed by computing. And this is something we have to attack, and we have to find solutions helping this. So this is a huge challenge for us. We have to do simulations. We have to do simulations for climate changes, for socio-economic aspects, and so forth. But we have to do it in a very clever way, and saving energy, not wasting more energy. So this is one of the big issues. Another big issue at the moment we are facing is the worldwide situation. And the worldwide situation is violence, war on almost every corner on Earth is a severe problem for us. And it affects us. It affects us not only economic-wise, ethic-wise, and so forth. We have to think about security in a different way. So we as scientists are used to work very openly. So this was one of the major ingredients. And in the past, it was a real challenge or a real task of science to overcome political borders. And this was happening, or we've been very successful. For instance, if you look into the field of high energy physics, or other fields. So there was always a very strong cooperation. But now it has changed. So the face of war has changed, and cyber war became a big issue for us. So we have to think about these issues, and we have to think about how we want to perform science and computing during the next years. And this is really a task we have to pay attention to. By the way, I'm very happy to welcome as well a colleague from the Ukraine at this point, who made a three-day journey to come here to Lecce. So a warm welcome to our colleague from Ukraine. We wish you all the best, and for the Ukraine people that this awful war will end as soon as well, as possible. Right. So security is another issue. We have other issues like the pandemic and so forth. We had so on the medical range and many more issues. And what they all have in common is they strongly depend on computing and strongly depend on infrastructures which are provided by the EGI Foundation, which is us. To be very clear at this point, we are EGI, and so we are providing this infrastructure. And EGI has been very successful over the last year since the last conference. And you can look it up and I strongly recommend to do this, to take a look at the annual report. And you see a strong and long list of very successful projects. And maybe it's time as well to give a little applause or thank you to all our EGI Foundation colleagues who have done a tremendously good job. So, yes. Thank you very much. In the council, and I'm the chair of the council, we are discussing, of course, and this is why I've mentioned all these challenges for the future. We have to look on in which direction should the foundation move, or should we move? And of course, the foundation always, and the council, of course, took a severe look on the requirements of the user groups, and we've tried to follow their requirements, of course. But you see, maybe the gear has changed over the last year. So what we thought, it's a good idea, and the council is to set up a task force. So to set up a task force thinking about the future strategy for the next years of the council. And this task force, consisting out of 5-6 people, will make proposals. But I would encourage you during the coffee breaks and so forth to discuss this issue, where you see the EGI should move into the direction or a specific direction. Let us know. So again, EGI is us. So if we don't formulate our requirements, if we don't formulate a strategy, what we are expecting from EGI, we cannot expect that the foundation will do this. So we have to deliver the input. And I, as I said, encourage you to speak to the EGI Foundation people. You can speak to Tiziana, to me, and the council members. Let us know. And and this will shape the future of the EGI. And the foundation itself, I personally consider as to be a very important infrastructure in Europe and beyond. Meanwhile, in order to foster all the researches and to meet the requirements we are facing today. So please, yes, exchange the information, use this conference to help us shaping the future of EGI, and go to the nice exhibition we have and talk to the people, and of course, talk to each other. This is very important. So I wish you a very good start and a very good time here in Lecce, and thank you very much. And by this, I would like to introduce Laura. Laura Panzera is the Administrative and Operative Director of CMC, has a background in business administration and so forth. And by the way, you know, many people are complaining about administration, but I have to say, administration is extremely important for us in keeping our back free. Let us do our research. So please, Laura. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Volker. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to welcome you all to this important EGI conference in Lecce. Before starting, I would like to thank all the people who have made the organization of this conference possible. And a special thank to Paola Nassisi, who is not here. She can't attend today because of personal reason, but also Antonio Aloisio, who has coordinated and supported the preparation of the conference and side events. For CMCC, is very important, the membership in EGI. We share the EGI mission of delivering advanced computing and data analytics services for research and innovation. And for us, this conference is a great opportunity to strengthen our support and collaboration. You are all leaders in advanced computing science and services. And as such, your work plays a vital role in enabling groundbreaking research and driving innovation across Europe. As Mario Draghi highlighted in his recent report on European competitiveness, Europe has secured a strong international position in high-performance computing, which is a unique advantage to exploit for developing new technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, but also to stimulate private investment. And so far, the European world-class HPC capacity has been mostly applied for scientific purposes. And this is very important as we don't have to forget the impact that research and science, and especially advanced computing science and services in this moment may have in boosting the competitiveness of the whole socioeconomic system. This is why we have to strengthen more and more the cooperation among the members of the EGI. And I'm confident that the exchange of ideas and expertise over the coming days will lead to innovative solutions that will shape the future of research. So I wish you a profitable meeting, looking forward to the results that will come from your collective expertise. And I encourage you all to engage openly in the discussion ahead. Before starting, let me briefly introduce you CMCC. We are a leading research center focused on understanding the interaction between climate change and society. Sorry. It's not going on. At least I don't know how to move. Okay, CMCC is an interdisciplinary research center on climate change. We cover from the Earth system prediction through the evaluation of risks and impacts to the mitigation and adaptation policies. So our scientific area is mainly organized in three disciplinary pillars, which are the Institute of CMCC. One of the institute is the, okay. The three institutes are mainly involved in Earth system prediction, ocean, land, and atmosphere. The second one is the Institute for Climate Resilience. Thank you. So, okay. So Institute for Earth System Prediction, the Institute for Climate Resilience, and the Institute for Economics and Environment, which is basically involved in the mitigation policies. But we also have four strategic programs, which are cross-cutting strategic activities on integration of the planetary and industrial carbon cycle, predicting the socioeconomic impacts of climate change, and global costs in new frontiers, so the global cost of ocean and the prediction on the cost. There is also the fourth strategic program, which is basically focused on artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques applied to our physical modeling. As you probably know, we have these supercomputing infrastructures. I won't give you the details because my colleagues are much better than me in doing so. I'm just a general manager. What I can tell you is that we have doubled the capacity of this computing system this year, thanks to the funds of the Recovery and Resilience National Plan. And we are going to double also the archive system with the regional funds dedicated to the upgrade of the strategic research infrastructure. We are organized as a network because we started as a project which aim was to put together the expertise fragmented and at the national level. And so we started as a consortium of universities. We became based in each university, and then we became a foundation in 2015. And now we have the headquarters in Lecce with we also have the supercomputing center and the operative oceanography activities and the advanced computing science division. And we have three main nodes in Bologna, Venice, and Milan. In Bologna, we have mainly all the predictions, air system prediction. In Caserta, the regional predictions. In Venice and Milan, we have the economic and environment activity, and in Viterbo and Sassari, impacts on agriculture and ecosystem. This is our headquarters in Lecce. We bought this building 3 years ago, and we moved there 2 years ago. The ground floor is completely, the underground floor is completely dedicated to the supercomputing center, while the ground floor has been thought as a space dedicated for outreach, communication, dissemination activities. These are probably you have seen these spaces. CMCC has grown very fast. In the last 5 years, you can see that we have almost more than doubled the staff at CMCC. We are still growing. And you can see this grows also in the yearly budget, which has doubled in the last 5 years. Our budget is funded 30%, so 1/3 from the national government with an operating fund, and 64% from competitive funds. The rest are funds dedicated to the infrastructure upgrade, and for a small part to commercial activities, as we can say, commercial climate services. About the 64% of competitive funds, these are the budget of the last 5 years. As you can see, there is the sudden growth in 2022 due to the Recovery and Resilience European funds, which allow us also in particular to double our supercomputing capacity. These are always about the competitive activity. We mainly apply on European calls, especially on the Horizon Europe program, but also on other regional programs, European regional programs like Interreg. So this is the main, these are the main funds from competitive activities, but also we have other programs, national and international, which we apply. This is our portfolio of projects. As you can see, until now, from 2006, when we started our activity, we have launched 221 projects for more than 100 million euros. So you can find more detailed information on our website and social, but obviously me and my colleague are at your disposal for any further information. So I wish you a good job. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. I'm jealously noticed rising budgets per year. So yes. All right. Thank you very much. For our next presentation, I'd like to introduce Fabrizio Antonio from CMCC, who will introduce us to the field of climate research. He's an computer expert, works here in Lecce, and has a long experience in using HPC computers for simulation. So go ahead, please.
So good morning and welcome everybody. I'm Fabrizio Antonio, junior scientist at CMCC in the Advanced Scientific Computing Division. It's a great pleasure for us to host the EGI conference this year. Before starting, let me bring you the greetings and a warm welcome from my colleague Paola Nassisi, director of the ARC division. Unfortunately, Paola could not attend the conference, so I'm giving this talk on her behalf. And I also take the opportunity to thank Sandro Fiore and Donatello Elia for their contribution to this talk. So I will start my talk by introducing our scientific community. CMCC is member of the European Network for Earth System Modeling, namely INES, with representatives both in the data and HPC task forces. INES was launched in 2001 and provides an umbrella organization for the European climate modeling community working on the understanding and prediction of climate variability and change. INES members include university departments, research center, and computer centers cooperating to accelerating progress in climate and Earth system modeling in Europe. Since its start, INES has initiated several EU-funded projects in support for science research infrastructure. This includes the INES infrastructure projects, which delivered the distributed research infrastructure of INES, providing access to climate model data and tools. INES has elaborated the INES infrastructure strategy for the next 10 years, involving not only INES partners, but also European climate modeling groups. It provides a long-term view and a set of detailed recommendations arose from an analysis of the European large-scale climate modeling needs. More specifically, the document is organized around two main sections. The first addresses HPC and targets institutions providing high-performance computing for Earth system modeling community, while the second section targets the Earth system modeling community itself with the recommendations covering models, model data, collaboration, storage, and data systems. And for example, about the data systems, the recommendation stresses that data volumes will continue to grow, so it will be necessary to move data to international archives collocated with compute capabilities. And the recommendations also highlight the need for the climate community to collaborate with other communities and share information and services through well-defined protocols. The increasing resolution of Earth system models is leading to very large climate simulation outputs. Moreover, there are more than 2,000 scientific institutions around the world that develop climate models, with each center often building and refining several different models at the same time. So with so many institutions developing running climate models, there is the risk that each group approaches its modeling in a different way, thus reducing the way how comparable the result will be. In this respect, the coupled model intercomparison project plays a key role. CMIP is indeed a collaborative framework for climate model experiments designed to improve knowledge of climate change, with the important goal of collecting output from global models and making them publicly available in a standardized way. Established in 1995 by the Working Group on Climate Modeling under the World Climate Research Program, CMIP has been organized in different phases, each with new and improved climate model experiment, protocol, standards, and data distribution mechanism. CMIP 6 is the most recent phase to release the modeling output data for general use, whilst the latest phase, the CMIP 7, is still under development with the main goal of enhancing model accuracy, incorporating new climate forcing, and advancing Earth system modeling through the integration of more comprehensive Earth system components like the carbon cycles. Community efforts like CMIP represent very challenging and relevant large-scale global experiments for climate change research. Indeed, in CMIP 5, the total data volume was around 2 petabytes. CMIP 6 produced more than 25 petabytes of output from dozens of experiments performed by dozens of climate models, and CMIP 7 is expected to produce more than 100 petabytes, including high-resolution simulation and new Earth system science data projects. CMIP plays a critical role in supporting the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, by providing climate model data, simulation, and projections that form the backbone of the IPCC assessment reports, which is the way IPCC provides policymakers with regular scientific assessment about the state of scientific, technical, and socioeconomic knowledge on climate change, its impacts and future risk, as well as options for reducing the rate at which climate change is taking place. Large-scale global experiments for climate model intercomparison have led to the development of ESGF, the Earth System Grid Federation, a federated data infrastructure for the Earth System modeling community, involving a large set of data providers and modeling centers around the globe. ESGF was created to facilitate the sharing of climate data and research findings among scientists worldwide, and to promote collaboration in understanding climate change and the Earth system. The ESGF Data Archive holds the premier collection of simulation, observational, and reanalysis data for climate change research. The ESGF architecture is based on a system of autonomous nodes distributed across several countries and united by common protocols and interfaces. Data is stored at multiple nodes and served through local data and metadata service. Some of these nodes play the role of index node, providing data discovery, search, and metadata management capabilities, thus serving as the entry point for users to search, browse, and discover data sets across the federation. And through the ECINES projects, INES provides the European contribution to ESGF. CMCC is partner of ESGF, providing access to CMIP data through the two data nodes deployed at the CMCC Supercomputing Center related to CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 data, respectively. Monitoring the ESGF infrastructure has become very challenging over the years. Currently, the total ESGF data archive manages more than 37 petabytes of data from about 30 projects. Furthermore, it supports more than 15 million datasets from worldwide laboratories and universities. And so the main question is how to get statistics from this decentralized database. The answer is the ESGF Data Statistics Service, designed and developed by CMCC to collect and store a high volume of heterogeneous metrics covering aggregated cross-project and project-specific downloads statistics, as well as the status of the federated archives in terms of published dataset models and institutes involved. And just to give you an idea, these are some snapshot from the ESGF data statistics user interface with data used and publication metrics from January 2010 to present. And as you can see in green, we have an in-depth view about the ESGF data archive showing the total amount of data published and available through the infrastructure, more than 37 petabytes. And on the left-hand side, the top projects, showing that the CMIP6 is the biggest project in terms of published dataset, more than 14 million for a total of 27 petabytes. So, as we've seen, climate science generates a huge amount of data from various sources, which include not only simulation for climate models, but also satellite observations, environmental sensors, and weather stations. And transferring this data to centralized data centers can create significant bottlenecks, especially as datasets are growing in volume and complexity. And that's why it's becoming important to position compute infrastructure close to the data in order to minimize the data transfer times and speed up computation. To this end, advanced cloud infrastructure are essential to face these challenges, as they offer scalable, flexible, and efficient way to process large datasets while providing access to cutting-edge technologies. And this is also crucial for running large-scale climate models and simulations supporting climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. And this is also key in terms of AI and machine learning integration, because cloud platform can support the use of AI-based algorithms to analyze climate data more efficiently and develop predictive model for extreme weather events. Therefore, that's why we strongly believe that the collaboration with EGI and all the partners in the Federation is of paramount importance for properly addressing these challenges in the climate science domain and advancing computing and data analytics service for research and innovation. The INES community has been represented in the EGI Council by CMCC for a few years now. This represents a key opportunity to further integrate climate data service into the European infrastructure landscape, making them also available to a wider interdisciplinary community. Over these years, there have been many fruitful collaborations centered around key topics for the community and at the European level as well. For sure, developments in the data space area was a key activity, with the EGI, INES, and other Federation participants actively engaged in providing service and technology solution in this field. In this regard, let me suggest an article led by Gergely and recently published on the Open Research Europe about the work carried out in the GIS project in the data space area. Activities in the framework of European projects, like this one related to the design of AI-based solution and components targeting challenging climate science applications, but also collaborations in a dedicated working group as a way to advance specific topics and create a bridge between the climate community and the software technology community. As anticipated in my previous slide, one of the key activities carried out over the recent years concerns the development of a data space for climate science in the European Open Science Cloud. And in this context, the INES data space represents a domain-specific implementation of the data space concept developed in the context of the EGIS project to tackle the main challenges coming from climate researchers working on large-scale analysis use cases, and better support the scientific community towards a more sustainable and fair use of data and services. To this end, the INES data space provides scientists with a complete data science environment, including large ready-to-use datasets and software solutions closely integrated to the compute infrastructure. In this way, scientists can run AI-based applications and perform big data processing, interactive analysis, and visualization on climate data without having to download dataset, install software, and prepare the environment. The data space also includes suitable data sharing solutions to make collaboration with other researchers faster and easier, thus promoting result sharing and application reuse, which are two fundamental principles of open science. As you may already know, EOSC is going through a transition toward the concept of EOSC nodes, with the EU node being the first European level node of the EOSC Federation promoted by the European Commission. And in this context, the EOSC Beyond project will be a great opportunity to strengthen the integration between the INES community, representing the project by CMCC University of Trento, and EOSC, thus enhancing accessibility, usability, and impact of climate and system data and services. More specifically, the INES pilot node will be built on top of the previous research effort carried out in the EGI's project with the main goal of integrating and validating the new core services provided by the project. In addition, the INES pilot plans to offer 2 new capabilities that may be of interest for several disciplines other than the climate one. A provenance service for provenance management within end-to-end scientific workflows, and a thematic data catalog as a way to enhance data discovery and accessibility and promote interoperability. And about that, we invite you to join a session about the EOS Beyond project scheduled tomorrow afternoon, where the INES pilot, as well as other pilots from the project, will be presented. Another key collaboration comes from the InterTwin project, whose overall goal is to design and build a prototype of an interdisciplinary digital twin engine based on a co-design blueprint architecture. INES partners are actively involved in the project, focusing on the development of thematic and core components for environmental digital twins on extreme weather events, including detection of tropical cyclones, wildfire danger prediction, and drought early warning. Given the complexity of the data analysis workflows, as well as the heterogeneity of data coming from different data sources, mostly related to the CMCC projection data, provenance tracking has been integrated within the digital twin application in order to capture all the relevant metadata and metrics related to machine learning experiments, for example, about the training phase, thus giving useful insights on AI processes and a way to do downstream analytics. Very briefly, I want to also mention the imaging project, which provides a portfolio of image dataset and performance image analysis tools empowered with AI, targeting aquatic sciences. The project supports different use cases, including that one led by CMCC and related to the oil spill detection from satellite images. The main goal here is to enhance an existing oil spill monitoring and forecasting service by establishing an operational AI service on the imaging platform. These few slides has given a brief overview of the ongoing efforts jointly carried out by CMCC and other partners of the INES community in collaboration with EGI. But new challenging and exciting activity will start soon. This is the case of the RISC-Scale project, which will deliver data exploitation platform and scalable environments, hosting scientific data and pre-configured AI frameworks and model on powerful compute resources. NS will be one of the 4 research infrastructure involved in the project, working on the development of AI-based use case for environmental science. Moreover, data and services from the INES research infrastructure will be integrated in the data exploitation platform. For example, the ESGF data statistics service will be integrated with the caching mechanism, providing useful indication on the most downloaded variables, models, and other relevant information. And similarly, the ESGF search service will be adapted and integrated, enabling users to efficiently discover the data from ESGF. The last slides concern a recent collaboration between CMCC and EGI about the Global Coast Initiative. Global Coast, the Cost Predict Global Coastal Ocean Experiment, is a central framework for coordination and practical implementation of the Cost Predict program, endorsed by the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. The main goal of the Global Coast Initiative is to advance knowledge, innovative products and services to support coastal resilience in collaboration with local stakeholders. To achieve this mission, Global Coast will design a cloud-based infrastructure and implement an integrated coastal ocean observing and prediction system that will support coastal resilience. And in that sense, we strongly believe that collaboration with EGI and the experience acquired from similar efforts are key to effectively achieve the global cost objectives. Before concluding, let me just invite you to join the tomorrow morning session where Professor Nadia Pinardi from University of Bologna and member of the CMCC Strategic Council will give a talk about the Global Coast Initiative. So to conclude, we all know that climate change is one of the most pressing global challenges at our time, with environmental, social, and economic consequences. In this context, INES represents an umbrella organization for the European climate model community, acting as a bridge between various national initiatives and international efforts, and working on understanding and predicting climate variability and change. But the climate community is encountering new and evolving challenges due to the ever-increasing complexity in climate models and the growing size, diversity, and velocity of research data. In addition, use of AI and machine learning is growing rapidly in climate community, as they represent essential solution providing enhanced capabilities for data analysis and predictive modeling. Therefore, it's becoming of paramount importance, relying on novel technologies and advanced data and compute infrastructure in order to respond more rapidly and develop sustainable solutions to combat climate change more effectively. And in that sense, the partnership between INES and EGI is key for advancing climate science and research and further strengthen the Euro position in leading climate research and technology development. So this brings my talk to the end. I'm sure that conference will be a fruitful event with a lot of insights and ideas to put in place in our joint activities. So enjoy these days, and we wish you a great stay in Lecce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And in particular, pointing out that global science needs global infrastructures, and with EGI we have such a solution on hand. So do we have a question? Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering if you could talk about over time, the progression of compute requirements, maybe being high performance computing versus high throughput computing or cloud computing. What do you see the future looking like? A greater proportion of HPC, a smaller proportion of HPC? Are the codes more factorable? Can they be run on a distributed basis and so forth? Just a comment about the future.
Actually, I'm not sure I'm able to answer the question. Maybe HPC can help in advanced research in climate science and better tackle new challenges coming from the community and beyond. Yeah.
And this is Yin Chen from EGI Foundation. And talking about AI-based application, and the INES is very advanced in this area, especially you experience with EGI federated infrastructure. So what do you see the main requirement and challenge from community for EGI to provide infrastructure to support you for this AI-based research in future?
Yeah, I think that infrastructure and service provided by EGI and the partners involved in the federation could be a valuable support for advancing challenges about AI and machine learning application, because they are becoming critical due to the complexity of data. So I think that in that sense, the EGI Federation could help in speeding up and advance on these topics.
Sorry, just to repeat my question, what's the main requirement do you see from the community?
Well, I think that
to have a GPU.
Yeah, using of
GPU.
Using of novel technologies, CPU and GPU. I think that are the main requirements to better support these challenging use cases coming from the community and application.
So in future, you expect the EGI to federate GPU resource?
Yeah, actually, we are already working in this way, and yeah, I expect there a strong support in that sense could help to advance in this field.
Thank you very much.
Fabrizio, now? Yeah, thanks. It was a wonderful talk with a huge spread of activities. I enjoyed that. I hook, I don't know why, I hook into the provenance service that you've presented. It may be a small little service that shows in your slides, but I cannot tell you the significance of provenance in many of the communities, like in EOSC or in the data spaces community, especially when we need to understand what happens to the data, where the data comes from, where you're going to feed all this data to AI, and you need to have trusted solutions. And so then provenance plays a major role in that. So my question was if this provenance service applies only to climate data, or if it's something that that you can use in other domains.
Yeah, I think that provenance is actually a very recent research effort that we start in collaboration with the University of Trento. We start, of course, from our domain, but I think that as provenance is key to enable reproducibility challenges, I think that it could be useful to be applied in several other domains, and strengthening the integration in the EOSC landscape could be key to reach a wider audience, so targeting new communities beyond the climate one.
That'd be wonderful.
Thank you. Any last question? So maybe I have a provocative one. So we are living in the decade of AI. And do you think AI solutions in climate or AI-based simulations in climate research will replace any physical representation of the world? Do you think we can live only with AI-based solution in climate research? Well, okay, sorry, it was a no provocative question. Certainly not. All right, thank you very much. All right, we continue now with the presentation from Tiziana, who will introduce us to the last challenges of EGI. I guess Tiziana don't need a further introduction, don't you? Is there anyone in the room who does not know Tiziana? No. Go ahead.
Do I need the mic? Okay.
Oh, whatever.
So I already then have to apologize, because you should know that I'm very bad at remembering names. So if you know my name, then you're almost sure that I don't remember yours. But that's not personal. Okay, so thanks. Do I need to use this mic? Oh, this one is enough. So first, also a big welcome from the EGI Foundation. And if you are here, I think we are all sharing something together. It's passion for science. And I'm really proud that this is an event where scientific communities can meet the best IT experts from other scientific communities and the best and more advanced research data centers that we have in Europe and abroad. So I also want to thank and welcome those from other countries outside Europe that are today representing their expertise and communities in the EGI conference. We have more than 150 different delegates across the week and 22 countries here at the conference. So big welcome and thanks for your contributions and cooperations in many different ways. So with my presentation, I wish to pick on some of the topics that Fabrizio already brought up with the specific domain focus of climate modeling, but I will broaden up because EGI Federation is multidisciplinary. So our mission is to support multiple disciplines and all the issues, of course, that we have been hearing, the challenges and the opportunities for science EGI needs to face for every scientific community. So I would say we are here to celebrate great success, 20 years of history of distributed computing for data-intensive science, but we definitely have a challenging road ahead as European infrastructure, but also as a community of research collaborations that altogether need to bring IT services up to the speed and the needs of scientific communities. So I'd like to, in this presentation, first bring the state of the art of EGI in terms of data-intensive computing, and also how EGI Federation with our partners and scientific communities is working to already tackle some of the challenges. So I would like to start in a very generic way talking about open science, and you may wonder how European infrastructures, which are horizontal like EGI, focusing on computing can help open science. This is a diagram taken from the Global Open Science Commons, which is a recent publication from RDA. And it's a nice illustration of how open science and science in general is supported by different elements. First of all, the hardware and IT part, which comprises computing, storage, networking, identity and access management, but also enabling services and tools, research objects, which is a very broad term that refers to data, software, and other outputs from scientific projects. All of this glued together by interoperability and standards, which are necessary to allow different components to work together. And then policy and governance elements, which make all of this work and deliver to science. And as we can already grasp without looking at the details of this diagram, this is a quite challenging endeavor. And as Europeans, we are quite familiar to this challenge because we cannot exceed in science anymore by working in isolation at national or institutional level. In Europe, science can exceed where European countries can team up, work together. And this makes the problem of IT service delivery in Europe specifically, but also broader than Europe with the other countries in the world, very complex and challenging. And this is where EGI brought some responses for data-intensive computing. I'm sorry that this diagram is a bit not very sharp in contrast, but this shows the scale of the EGI Federation. The slides will be available online in case you want to double check. The EGI Federation was started to face one of the challenges that most of the scientific communities are still grappling with, which is how to process and analyze data at scale when you have petabytes, terabytes and more of data, which is owned by different institutes or centrally produced and then analyzed by many different scientists across the world. And EGI started back in 2000 as a visionary project of the energy physics community led by CERN, and then became a more widespread solution for other sciences. But all in all, EGI was brought together to have an hyperscale compute facility in Europe and beyond that would invest nationally, meaning that all the data capacity would be hosted and managed by the research institutes in the various countries participating in scientific collaborations. But at the same time, this would be invested, implemented nationally and made accessible globally. And the main IT challenge was bringing computing to the data in a scalable and economically sustainable manner. So one of the advantages of the physics approach that we are still bringing forward and evolving in the future is that by doing this, we have an inherently very sustainable and sovereign infrastructure, which is primarily funded by research budgets at national institutional level and enabled at European level, especially by the European Commission through innovation projects. Nevertheless, many challenges are still ahead. We can celebrate the numbers of 2023. We will increase to more than 100,000 users in 2024. But we still believe there is a long road ahead. We are proud that today we are on average enabling almost 8 peer-reviewed scientific publications in data-intensive computing and science every day, and that we are having a linear increase in terms of capacity or an exponential adoption of cloud services, especially in new scientific domains. But the secret, I would say, of success is for EGI to have a strong foot in the scientific communities. And we are really glad that in the EGI infrastructures, we have data and computing capacity coming from many research infrastructures, more than 23 on the ESFRI roadmap. And we are really proud for the scientific communities who are the higher level service providers towards the scientists. They offer the specialization needed to make sense out of data. And we still have a growing scientific community in the health sectors, in particular structural biology, bioinformatics, who are the driving community in terms of users, but also the environmental science, who is the biggest adopter and user of cloud services. And next to these, our research infrastructures. The research infrastructures of ESFRI that participate in EGI are from all scientific domains, but for this short talk that I have today, I like to spend a moment on environmental science and in particular on the ENVRI cluster collaboration. One of the main efforts that we are spearheading with ESFRI landmarks in the environmental science, ESFRI projects, and CDataNet is to help supporting the ENVRI Hub service, which is one of the unique efforts in Europe for integration of data and services where the data is being integrated and provided by the ESFRI research infrastructures. EGI is helping with Jupyter Notebooks, federated computing solutions, trust and identity management, and we really hope this kind of collaborations can multiply in the future to enable more and more innovation with research infrastructure. So big thanks to the ENVRI community representatives in the conference. I don't have a lot of time, so if you are curious about EGI numbers, then best is to go to the annual report, and I like to move to my next part, which is the future. There are 3 crises that scientific communities, in particular in Europe, will have to face in the coming 5 years. One is the crisis of accessibility to computing and storage services. And here it's a crisis for the data-intensive community, which is not every scientist in Europe, but those scientific communities like INES that are challenged by the ability to access computing, but also to have data accessible together with computing in a scalable manner. So this challenge is stemming from, first of all, the increasing demand of computing capacity. So the slide disappeared. I hope I didn't switch off the projector. Okay, so we will go old mode without slides, which is probably even more interesting for a presenter, but I still need some IT support here. So no chance of streaming or anything, but I was mentioning the challenges of science related to the crisis of accessibility to computing. One of the issues is the amount of data that experiments in the coming 10 years will have to manage and process. So many experiments in the domain of physics and astronomy or radio astronomy are already seriously planning how, with constant budget, they will be able to access the necessary capacity. And this is a technical issue, but also economic and governance issue for institutes in Europe. Most of these institutes operate at constant research budget. I think we have an exception from CMCC, according to the slides we had today. But at the same time, the Moore's law, which has allowed the scientific communities to access more and more capacity at constant cost or lower cost, is now coming to an end in this decade. So there is a real concern on how the existing funding will cope with the increasing demand of investments in IT. And the question will be how Europe can deliver science with the existing infrastructures or critical infrastructures that are available today. This definitely calls for more integration of investments, more integration of existing critical infrastructures in Europe, and more integrated access to high-throughput computing, high-performance computing, and cloud. So EGI is now under the lead of the SKA and other radio astronomy communities and high energy physics, working on a strategic research and innovation agenda, which we hope through the Spectrum project will bring a common vision for some of the data-intensive communities active in Europe on what are their future needs in terms of computing. This is not a technical project, but a policy which aims at aligning requirements from multiple different communities with similar challenges. And our ambition is to bring these results to the attention of research performing organizations and national European funders so that research programs and investments can be coordinated at all levels, national and international, to support data-intensive science in the future. The Spectrum project will look at two aspects. One is the so-called compute continuum, which aims at integrating access to edge, cloud, HTC, and HPC, and the future quantum computing, but also the data continuum, meaning integrating research data in a distributed fashion, extracting information and insights thanks to access to these digital physical infrastructures, which are enabling and are a critical infrastructure for Europe. The second crisis is the accessibility to research data, and the Rescale project was already mentioned. What this crisis entails, first of all, the fact that size and complexity of research data is increasing over time, and that scientific communities, the scientists and the scientific teams have limited knowledge also of data analytics, also limited ability to put together large amounts of data and computing necessary for their science. So more and more scientific experiments will be supported by advanced higher level platforms that bring data, computing, and the necessary service together as a turnkey solution. But most of these services come from science to science, and scientific projects or even scientists are not rewarded to deliver services to other sciences. So there is even a fundamental issue of lack of business models and recognitions in the scientific domain to really allow data exploitation at scale. With the Rescale project, we wish to look at the problem of data reuse in climate modeling, which was mentioned in the earlier on presentation, but also in the space science delivered by iSkite. We have 40 years of sky data, cancer treatment with BBMRI, and imaging in life sciences with EMBOL-EBI. So we have teamed up with these scientific communities to see what necessary technical developments will be needed in order to enable data consumption, reuse, and increase access of research data when it's really large data that cannot be shipped to your lab by secondary users. Another project that looks at data and the compute integration is IntoTwin. I won't mention the details that were already brought up by Fabrizio, but IntoTwin is another key technical development that aims at developing higher level services around AI and machine learning, so that not only the compute continuum and data continuum can be accessed, but also exploited through AI and machine learning. And this is also a collaborative effort with Destination Earth and ECMWF. The third crisis is the need of AI democratization, which is a strange word. So what does this really mean? It means making AI and machine learning in terms of IT offer available to scientific communities, but also the knowledge and the tools to integrate AI easily in a scientific workflow. In order to achieve excellence in science, also ability to deliver scientific results is paramount. So having higher level services around AI and machine learning is expected to accelerate the scientific process. One of the projects in the AI scope is Imagine. Europe is spending billions in terms of investments for marine data acquisition, and in order to maximize use of this data, use of AI and machine learning for image processing is key. And Imagine is helping developing these solutions with a combination of different research infrastructures, CDataNet, EMODNet, EMSO-ERIC, and the Copernicus Marine Service and EuroArgo. The ambition of this project is not only to deliver services, but also to open them after integration to other scientific communities. And this is the beauty of this project. We would like to bring your attention to the open call for AI-powered image analysis. So the ambition is to offer technical support, AI model training, large-scale image analysis capabilities, and also underlying GPU, CPU, and storage, free at point of use for scientific communities that don't have this infrastructure in-house or the know-how to deploy it. Concluding my presentation, I wish to broaden up and connect our challenges as horizontal infrastructures with European Open Science Cloud, which I would dare to say is the largest European effort to bring together international scientific communities, universities, e-infrastructures. Some of these are represented here today in an integrated effort which aims at, in the end, supporting better data and more data access by scientists. We have been reflecting in the Council on how EGI can best contribute to the challenges of EOSC, which is more data fairness for science. And this diagram taken from a European Commission presentation shows the position of EGI. First of all, we are participating with other partners and infrastructures in the delivery of some of the federating services of EOSC, and as such, EGI can bring some of our expertise and know-how as a larger scale federation to EOSC, so that we can broaden the concept of federation, bringing data providers and research performing organizations into EOSC. The second level of contribution together with CESNet is to deploy Jupyter Notebooks as a mainstream data analytics solution for scientists that have no knowledge or capability to deploy the services with the European Commission funding, so free and at point of use. The third ambition as EGI Federation, so this is an ambition for all our members. We have 24 of these, but also international communities in our council, to bring part of our federated fabric as a platform for computing and hosting research data from research infrastructures that wish to scale out the deployment and use of their data to increase adoption. So the third contribution will be to be a candidate node contributing to the EOSC Federation, with the ambition of working on the R of FAIR, which is the reuse of data, with data which has been already verified and created by our research infrastructures. We have all of this in a paper that you may read offline. And with this, I'd like to mention another, this time EOSC project that we are proud of. It's just recently approved by the European Commission. It's called EOSC Data Commons. Data Commons referring to the concept of a data infrastructure in EOSC that can be used as a service by users that depend on access to secondary data for their science. The beauty of this project is that building on the capabilities of our national members, we have 7 thematic repositories, which are disciplinary, but also 5 multidisciplinary repositories. You probably recognize some if you are from some of these countries. So we have institutional repositories, national catch-all repositories. The idea is to try technical solutions to make this data accessible in the cloud for easier access and exploitation. And in a way, we hope with this project, we will start finally bridging this divide that we still see between horizontal infrastructure and the data produced by our scientists. And we hope this would be a good contribution to the EOSC implementation. I'd like to mention also another important joint effort, which is EOSC Beyond. This is an effort of research infrastructures, national, some European, the infrastructures which are all participating together to bring the Federation of EOSC to the next level with more technical development and advancing the concept of a node and its federation in EOSC with new technical developments. So my conclusions are the following. EGI Federation has been successful, starting with a new idea coming from physics and now bringing this more and more to scientific communities which are not equipped to process or analyze data in-house. This has been successful, but many technical policy governance funding challenges remain ahead of us. I would say the success of all of this journey has been a collaboration of scientists with scientists and IT experts, and we really look forward to the future for that. There was a mention of the EGI strategy. So yes, we are definitely looking at the future strategy that will bring the Federation to 2029. And we would like to hear the voice of all of you on how you think EGI should evolve or do more or do less in the future. So if you have a moment, please go through this survey. We would love to hear your voice, and you will be, of course, part of the strategy making. With this concluding remark, I want to thank again all of you, but also the European Commission for the trust and the funding that has been secured our technical development and advancement in the past 20 years, and we hope in the future. We also want to thank many of our project partners, participated and coordinated ones that are here in the demo area with posters and demonstrations. So many thanks, because it's thanks to your contributions and ideas and innovation that we can do better work for science. So thanks for being here in Lecce. Thanks to the many of you that have traveled the long hours to be here. Thanks to you, to your contributions again, and have a good conference.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions, remarks? The one issue obviously is what should be the role, thinking in terms of these nodes, national nodes, European nodes, what should be the role of EGI there? This is not fully clear to me.
Mm-hmm. So those who were not involved, I can explain how this idea of EGI node has been developing in the last, I would say, weeks or months over the summer. We have been consulting with the Council and our national members to understand what would be the best role of the EGI Federation as a pan-European platform in EOSC. And I like to summarize with my own words the conclusion. So in our participation in EOSC, we would like to bring a national capacity, which is funded nationally, when this national capacity is available for international use. So not focusing on national users, because then a national user node would be more suitable. But where we want to create a hyperscale capacity for EOSC, then it's pan-European and it's the national capacity that comes together as EGI. And then thematic nodes and other enabling services. I like to mention Galaxy, that is also featured here in the demo area, but also other services for data analytics, which are particularly relevant to multidisciplinary science. What they have brought to us as a message is what we would like to see in EGI is having the possibility to publish our service and offer them as part of the EGI node, to the extent the services are offered beyond our reference community. So when we have services which are not specific for life sciences or environmental science, but really more generic, then we would like to have these nodes, these services in a EGI generic node and not just in a thematic one. So there is a lot of complementarity that we have seen through our stakeholders, and also meaning that some services in EOS could come through thematic nodes, others through national nodes, but also others through a horizontal pan-European node. And in the end, as EGI, we see the node in EOS as a channel to specific user groups, and different user groups can be served through different capabilities or tailored support activities as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So we start running late. Sorry, my fault. Thanks again, Tiziana.
Thanks to all of you again.
I'm heading over for, yeah, please.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Volker. So before we start with the pitches, we have a video that we want to show you. There's no sound, unfortunately, but that's okay. No, but it doesn't depend on anyone. It's on us. Try answering all the questions and then come at the EGI booth with the right answer. No. Well, if you feel like, I can bring you the mic and you can answer now. Okay. A un certo punto lo tagliamo e lo mettiamo sugli schermi là. Quindi so be ready for more, because we are now stopping it. So be ready, and if you have any other curiosity, just come over at the EGI booth for it. So yeah, so I would like to thank everybody for being here once more. And I would like to invite all the exhibitors that are kindly participating in this conference to line up next to the stage, because it's time for your pitch. Just a second.
Era una.
Era una, sì.
La presentazione.
Sì. The poster pitches is this afternoon at 6. Right now it's just the exhibitors. Siamo pronti? Stai dietro, vieni qui. Sì, adesso ci vediamo. Prima c'è questa. Sì, grazie. Let's start. Altrimenti te le faccio vedere così. So as the beamer is still having some issues, we will start without it. So please. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rita Lecci from CMCC. I will not spend other words describing CMCC since Laura already did it in a very nice way. So I would like just to let you know what you will find if you come to visit us at booth number 11. So we will describe a few projects that are under the umbrella of one of the three institutes of CMCC, in particular YESP, that is one dealing with the forecasting system and earth science. And in particular, we will provide information about projects that not only redefine the state of the art in firefighting techniques, but also change our perception on what firefighting means. Then we will introduce you also the Copernicus Marine Service for the Mediterranean forecasting system and the Black Sea forecasting system, plus some very high resolution coastal oceanographic forecasting system and some useful application to detect oil spill evolution at the sea surface and to estimate the best ship route between 2 points, knowing the environmental conditions with an eye to the maritime safety and CO2 emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Magdalena, and on behalf of EGI, I would like to welcome you to our booth. I will not repeat why you should visit us. You know what EGI is at this point. But what I can tell you is that we are located right strategically, right next to the coffee and snacks. So make sure you visit us and have a chat with us. You can learn about our activities, about our services, projects, about the meaning of life. If we don't know the answer, we will find somebody who for sure will, because we are a beautiful community here. Thank you. See you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Yann Lefranc, the head of the EU.CDI Secretariat. So EU.CDI is one of the major pan-European e-infrastructure federating 23 data and compute centers around Europe. We're providing a set of interoperable services for data management. So if you want to know more about the services we're providing, or just come and say hi and know more about EU.CDI, you're welcome. We're just right next to the door. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mario Reale. I work at EGI. EGI is the Association of the European National Research and Education Networks. It's invisible by nature because the network, when it works, you don't feel that it's working. It just works. Together, the European Research and Education Networks deliver an information ecosystem of infrastructure and services to advance research, education, and innovation on a global scale. EGI is really at the core, at the center of the interconnected research and education world. And this is shown by the diagram in the middle. And we represent 38 NRENs on the regional Nordic network called Nordinet. And we manage a set of advanced services that reach several million users worldwide, and they are in the domain of security, cloud, trust, and identity, and network, of course. I encourage you to come to our booth that is just in front of this room, and thank you, and good conference.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Giulia Malaguarnera. I work for OpenAir AMC, which is another e-infrastructures with an headquarter in Greece, but we are everywhere in Europe. We are part of the organization that are filling the European Open Science Cloud. And we have more than 14 services. So to discover more and to learn more about what OpenAir does, please visit us here in front. And okay, so see you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joana Martinheira. I am from the AI On Demand team. And AI on Demand is a community-driven platform that aims to gather in one single place all the AI resources, assets, services, and tools that are being developed in Europe. So we have as our main three pillars a metadata catalog that currently has more than 500,000 assets. We also are aiming to develop this common infrastructure of machines with nodes spread all over Europe, and also an authentication mechanism with a single sign-on feature. So it allows you to access all the assets and tools with the same account. So currently you are able to discover in our platform several tools, several assets connected with AI, of course, but you are also able to deploy and integrate your own tools, your own services. Besides that, you are also able to learn through all the educational resources that we currently have available in the platform. And we also provide dissemination and communication services so that you can promote the results that you are developing within your organization, your projects, your entities. So if you would like to know more on how you can promote and integrate everything that you are producing, then feel free to pay us a visit on booth 15. I am from the communication team, but I have a colleague that will be able to answer to all your technical questions. So thank you.
So hi everyone, my name is Luigi Colucci. I would like to thank EGI first to bring all these people together. So I'm here to talk about Destination Earth. This is an initiative that is going to help us predict future natural disaster, saving countless lives and protect our planet. Destination Earth is an initiative of the European Commission, jointly implemented by ECMWF, ESA and EUMETSAT. And the goal is to build a highly accurate digital twin of the Earth to support climate change, adaptation and mitigation strategies. The Destination Earth system is made of three main components: the digital twin and digital twin engine, which is developed by ECMWF. This is the software infrastructure that enables the operation of the digital twins. Then we have the data lake, which is developed by EUMETSAT, which provides you with access to the data from the digital twin. And then the Destination Earth platform, which is developed by ESA and is the entry point to Destination Earth and provides you with access to the functionalities and data of the other two components. Therefore, if you are a scientist, a policymaker, or even a technology providers, then come visit us at our booth. We are just around the corner here, and you can learn how you can contribute and use the data and the service to foster climate change resilience. And also, you can also learn more about our upcoming flagship event, where you can interact directly with the entities that are developing Destination Earth. Thank you.
Hello, hi. I'm coming up so that you can see me a bit better. My name is Christian Briese. I'm from the Earth Observation Data Center in Vienna. First of all, I just want to introduce our new logo. So we are attending the EGI conference since years, but everybody should know there's a new logo around. There's a dark version and there's a brighter version here. So we are focusing at EUDC at Earth observation data. We focus on climate change monitoring. We look at, in general, environmental scientists. As we were just talking about Destination Earth, so we are also part of the Destination Earth Data Lake team. Together with EUMETSAT, Cloud Ferro, and the CS group, we are implementing the data lake here. Otherwise, EUDC is focusing in general about the big data volumes from satellites, high performance computing on the cloud infrastructure, storage processing. So if you're interested into these topics, please just visit us. If you want to have some gadgets, come too. There's Mannschnitten around, so sweets from Austria. There are some wooden nice gadgets around, and yeah, welcome at the booth. Kara and I will be waiting for you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mira from Euroscience Gateway, and we make research infrastructure fair. Galaxy, our research gateway, supports the entire research data management lifecycle, and you can select the front end, bring your own storage, compute, and data. Connecting HPC, cloud, or storage resources requires no programming. And this flexibility extends also to how you share or archive your research data. And we provide a full TRL9, a full major TRL9 service at Use Galaxy EU. And we would like to see forward to visit us at the ESG booth and discover how we connect scientists across various disciplines and enhance collaboration. And you can learn more about how you can extend Galaxy to fit your needs.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wim Hugo from Dance in the Netherlands. We're involved in several EU-funded projects, including RDA Tiger, Fair Core for EOSC, and Fair Impact. We have a joint booth here for the duration of the EGI conference, so please come and talk to us. All three of these projects, in one way or another, aim to improve the findability and accessibility and interoperability and reusability of, broadly speaking, the efforts of researchers that create things like best practices, recommendations, guidelines, specifications, and the like. Fair Core for EOSC implements these recommendations largely in 9 different components and services, ranging from aspects of dealing with interoperability between metadata schema, interoperability of resolution services for persistent identifiers, compliance assessment, and so on. Fair Impact is more focused on creating guidelines and best practices and recommendations using a variety of mechanisms through strong community engagement. And RDA Tiger aims to improve the access and the discoverability of outputs generated in RDA. Now, behind the scenes, we are working on some really cool low-level integrations because, for argument's sake, the recommendations generated in Fair Impact can be linked into, for argument's sake, the compliance assessment toolkit to indicate best practices and guidance in respect of complying with the EOS PID policy, as an example. So our aim really behind the scenes is to mine and enable the availability of fine-grained recommendations, guidelines, and best practices into workable infrastructure that researchers can use. We're just around the corner here in the booth. As you come down the stairs, take a sharp right and a right again, and 3 of us will be there for most of the time to answer your questions. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Lucia Vaira from Life4Cherik. Life4Cherik is the European infrastructure consortium that makes available data, services, other complex research environments in order to allow to discover, access, harmonize, standardize, integrate, and in general to analyze data and model biodiversity in the ecosystems. As you can see in this slide, it is composed by 8 European Union member states. And it operates from its common national nodes that are the distributed centers. And then we have also the common facilities that are located in Spain, where we have the statutory seat and the ICT core. Italy, here in Lecce, where we have the service center. And then the Netherlands, where we have the V-Lab and Innovation Center. Here at EGI 2024, we will bring our, let's say, 3 main products that are the Life4Cherik metadata catalog, the Naviary, and LifeBlock. So you can follow us during our demos in the next days. Our booth is also here on the left. So if you are interested in, please visit us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Francesco Muredu, and I am Senior Director at the Lisbon Council, think tank based in Brussels, where I am responsible for high-level strategy and business development. Here we are present with several projects in our booth, Lette, Cedar, Tango, and also Your Breath, which is a project on nature-based solutions applied to sustainability at city level. So please come to visit us.
Okay, hi. I will be fast so you can go to your coffee faster, okay? First of all, thank you to the EGI for organizing this and giving us an opportunity to be in beautiful Lecce. My name is Shubo. I don't know why the slide doesn't work, but it's okay. I represent MathWorks, the company behind the technical computing software MATLAB. We have a long partnership with the EGI supporting some research infrastructures. The latest of this is the ENES data space that is in cooperation with our colleagues here at CMCC. And my colleague Kostas Wave is going to talk soon about this integration. So thank you.
So hi, I'm Robert from Malta. I'm the founder of OIPUB. We have a new platform for research, discovery and discussion. Every year we're faced with more and more research papers, data sets and outputs, but finding what's relevant can often be a challenge, and navigating this scattered maze of information gets troublesome. So we built a platform that makes staying up to date in your field effortless. With OIPUB, we organize all research outputs into easy to follow topic-based information streams. You can either access these directly or combine them into communities which follow multiple topics. So to stay up to date on whatever research niche you're interested in, all you have to do is either join or create a community that follows the right topics. And that's it, leave the rest to us. Join us for our demo tomorrow at 12:30 in the San Martino room near our booth, or come speak to us at our booth, number 14. So we believe that research should not overwhelm you, but rather empower you. So let's make research work for you. And that's it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stig Telfer from Stack HPC. Our expertise is in how to make open source cloud infrastructure that is designed for research computing use cases. We work with clients to enable them to bring cloud infrastructure services using their own on-premise computing resources. When Tiziana referred to the crisis of the accessibility of compute infrastructure, I think precisely that sums up what our purpose is. It is to make compute infrastructure accessible for research computing and scientific causes. We are fundamentally an open source business, and we work with clients to provide design services, deployment services, training and support to give them independence in how they can manage their own environments and their own infrastructure. So people who may be contributing to the EGI, for example, how we actually engage with those people to make a community where they can support each other. And we're on booth 12. And if you want to hear more, look out for my colleague Matt Pryor's talk later on today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Judith Sainz-Pardo, and I'm from the EGI project. So I will give just some few comments because I prefer that you visit us at our booth, which is number 8. But just some comments. So as you all know, artificial intelligence is transforming every single field that we can imagine. Here you have some examples of use cases from our project. But in many cases, when we as researchers want to develop a machine learning, a deep learning model, we can encounter several problems. First, from the point of view of computing resources, but also from the point of view of having access to different development environments. And in this line, with AI for EOS, which stands for Artificial Intelligence for the European Open Science Cloud, we aim to provide a solution to that need. And in that line, we are building, well, we have already built a computing platform for deploying this kind of artificial intelligence model, machine learning, deep learning, and so on. But indeed, we have also we also aim to provide users with access to more advanced computing techniques, such as privacy-preserving machine learning operations, and even to inference capabilities. So I'm not going to say anything more because I prefer that you visit us to our booth, which is number 8. And if you scan this QR code that you have in our slide, you will not find our platform because we want to show it to you in person, but you will find our contributions to this conference. So hope you enjoy, and I hope to see you in our booth. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicola. I'm part of Pensoft Publishers, which is an open access publisher, and we provide services to European science projects as communication and dissemination partners. And I'm here on behalf of these 2 projects, which are related to ocean and coastal restoration and providing technologies for real-time monitoring of ocean ecosystems and marine ecosystems. Neris, we are also very happy to have EGI as a partner in there. And if you visit booth 9, which is right across the table of CMCC, you can learn more about these projects and our other activities and participate in a raffle where you can win a nice scientific illustration. So I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Massimiliano Assante from National Research Council of Italy, and I'm here representing Blue Cloud 2026. Blue Cloud 2026 is the EU's flagship project initiative for ocean and ocean science, and it's composed by over 40 partners. So we have three main, let's say, pillars in Blue Cloud. We have data discovery and active service, which federates a number of what we call blue data infrastructures. We also are implementing a data lake service on this aspect. We have a VRE powered by D4Science, which serves a number of scientific virtual laboratories that implements their scientific cases, trying to foster and to implement open science practices. If you want to know more about this, come join me in the booth, which is somewhere downstairs over there. Thank you.
So thanks to the exhibitors for their pitches, because they were very insightful, and thanks to all of you for staying here until the very last minute. Now it's time to go to the next sessions because they are starting. So yeah, have a look at the program and enjoy EGI 2024.
Okay. I think it's and to prepare the projection and the camera. Allora. Hello, hello. I'm waiting to have at least the screen and I say a couple of minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello, hello.
You like the speakers to be in the front row or somewhere?
Up to you. Yeah, I wouldn't. There's one of the speakers. I think it's fine as long as it's easy
to,
to reach out later.
Guarda, le metto già in dovrebbe essere.
Hello. So we will be starting in a couple of minutes. Sí, no? Haurem de fer una mica de resum. So 5 minuts tard. Yeah, 5 minutes ago. But yeah, it wasn't possible. So... What?
The chronometer, something like this?
Yeah, well, I will be.
You will? You do it.
Yeah, sure. But if you want.
You have to go there.
A veure, sí que faré que us avisaré quan... 12 més 3. Res de... Okay, so I think we can slowly start. No, Valentine, yeah. Valentine left. Anabella should... Okay, so we have all the speakers now, and sorry for this small delay. So people are on the coffee break. So welcome everyone to this next session, the one that is devoted on digital twins and the different developments that are being done around EGI community. And this session is divided in two. So we will have a first 5 presentations now, and then after the coffee break, we will have 5 more. So the first one is Andrea Manzi, the coordinator, the technical coordinator of Intertwin project.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrea Manzi from the EGI Foundation, and I will introduce you the Intertwin project. It's a project that is coordinated by the EGI Foundation. I put on the slides also a lot of links to different talks and posters from other partners in the project, which will have like a related presentation of the use cases and the technologies that we are doing in the project. So it's not only, you know, this presentation about Intertwin, but you will see a lot of examples during the EGI conference. So the goal of Intertwin is to co-design and implement a prototype of an Intertwin digital twin engine, which will build an open source platform based on open standards with the help and the piloting done by a large spectrum of use cases going from physics to environmental science. The platform is divided in different layers, which I will detail later more in detail. We have like different components which are part of the infrastructure layer, the core layer, and the thematic layer for the different digital twin application to be built on top. Of course, you know, when talking about digital twin engine, you know, we have we'd like to first introduce, you know, what is our view of digital twin. Of course, there are different definitions that are available, different glossaries, you know, that talk about digital twins, studies, and white papers. So for sure, I mean, in our case, digital twin is a virtual representation of a physical object, process, or a system, which is built and sustained with information derived from different, from one or many sources of data. Can be sensors, models, also in the case of AI, and they consider also historical and real-time data. So as I mentioned, you know, there are different type of glossaries, which and different type of definition. For instance, the one from the Digital Twin Consortium. I want also to mention that recently we have also a white paper from Deltares, which is one of the partner of the project, where they have studied, you know, different type of digital twins, categorize them according to, you know, the type of, you know, the industry type, the city or the airport type, the environment type, and all the characteristics that they have and the goal that they have in their for the implementation. So the consortium is quite large. We have 30 partners in the project. We started in September 2022. We end in August next year. And in general, we are going to we are mixing, you know, different type of stakeholders. So we have like providers of infrastructure, so cloud, HTC, and HPC, and we have technology providers for the development of the digital twin engine, and then we have community representatives that are, as I said, you know, co-designing and also helping with the piloting of the digital twin application in different in 2 macro domains, which are the physics and environment. But then inside, you know, we have different subdomains. So in total, we have 5 subdomains which covered. So the objective, just quite quickly, you know, as I said, you know, the first one is to build this digital twin engine. Another objective is to create a blueprint architecture for it. And we would like also to extend the capabilities of EOSC, so the European Science Cloud, with the modeling and simulation tools that are integrated with the computing platform. And one other objective is to ensure the trust and the reproducibility in science, so through the verification of the quality of the outputs of the digital twins. We want to demonstrate also data fusion and also provide tools for the developments of AI for the digital twins and usage of AI workflow in digital twins. The use cases, as I said, as you saw, the domains, going more in details. We have like use cases from climate research, environmental monitoring, from different universities and research institutes, for instance, for cyclone detection, for wildfire hazard prediction, mostly involving CMCC, CNRS, University of Trento, in these 2 use cases, which will be, one of those will be presented on Thursday. And then we have use cases related to early warning from extreme events and extreme events impact that will be also presented in the session after this one. And then we have physics use case, which basically they are related to read astronomy noise simulation, which will also be presented in the session later after this. Lattice QCD simulation, virtual gravitational wave interferometer digital twin, energy physics detection simulation digital twin. The timeline of the project, so we started, like as I said, in September 2022. The first year was mainly devoted to the design and specification of different components in the architecture. And then we had at the beginning of the second year, the first release, the beginning of 2024, sorry, the first release, which was integrated, the first prototype integrated by the various digital twin use cases. And then we end up, the second year of the project right now, so we are really starting the third year of the project with the final design and specification, both of the components and then the architecture. And then, of course, during the last year of the project, we will have a final release, which is on the end of, at the beginning of 2025, and the final integration with the validation of the use cases. So for the blueprint, we are finalizing the final one at the end of 2024, but the second version is available in Zenodo. So describes, the different components of our architecture, and also analyze some initiatives that are related, which I mentioned also before, like Destination Earth, EOSC, Escape, and also understanding what are the level of interoperability or the components that could be reused from other initiatives in our case, in our project. And the first release is available in our website. It was including, of course, developments of new components that have been developed from scratch, but also extension of existing open source technologies. Most of them, have been included also in our GitHub, so in open source in our GitHub community, including, for instance, with an example here of the component which is related to the AI workflow. Now going a little bit more, describing the layers that we have. So describing the core component of the architecture. So we have central, we have the component for workflow composition, which is basically using CWL workflow language and extending, some of the backends like OpenEO or Ophidia in order to reuse it. We will have also some a talk about it for the case of OpenEO. For the quality verification and provenance of the components of the digital twins, we use mainly the platform that was developed in the EOSC Synergy project about the SQS, and the new developments in the area of workflow provenance, which is the iProf component, which also we'll have a dedicated talk on Thursday. And then for the real-time data acquisition and processing, we will try to connect real-time data with the serverless processing. In this case, we reuse, in instance, one of the components was developed by the University of Valencia, which is Oscar. And for the, let's say, for the part of AI, as I said, this component developed by CERN Jülich, which is a new development and is basically integrated by most of the use cases that I've shown before. And then standardized also deployment of big data analysis tools from also developed by the University of Valencia. For the infrastructure, we have like different, of course, as I said, the hardware that we need to support and the various type of computing infrastructure. On top, we have a layer of orchestration, so which elaborates the request and using also AI to find the best strategy for the deployment. And then we have a layer of federated compute, which which is also will be presented like later on in a separate session, where basically we enable transparent offloading of computation towards HPC. And then we have a federated data management layer, which reuse what was developed in another project in a cluster, in Escape, for the building of federated layer and data lake. Then we have also, as I said, in our infrastructure, in our architecture, different layers. Also, the one of the thematic. So we have thematic layer for the thematic modules for the physics, thematic modules for the environment. I put here some example, of the what those components are developing, in particular, related to preparation of data for machine learning and downscaling of climate data, just to give an overview of what those components thematically means. And then lastly, I want just to mention that we the project together with the ZWF, which is one of the members, is running also piloting with the ZWF, of course, for the integration with the Destination Earth platform. In this case, we mainly talk about reusing or accessing what is being built in Destination Earth, like data lake or the output of the climate DTs. And this is something that will be also presented in the session after this by Deltares, which is working in both activities, in Intertwin and in Destination Earth. So just want to conclude that for sure the project now is as complete, let's say, the phase of co-designing and with the communities, and both for the architecture and the components that have been developed. We have the first release of the software that is available, and we are working towards the final release at the beginning of 2025. One of the main achievements from our side, from the computing point of view, is transparent integration with HPC for the AI ML training and advanced also simulation. And we have a first set of digital twin application available, and which should be completed and be online in the second part of 2025 at the end of the project. And some of the technologies that I've shown before that have been also development from scratch in the project already been included in a new project, which will start in 2025. I think it was presented by Tiziana during the plenary. So this was a good achievement also for some of the components that were developed by the project. And just want to mention that we have also two posters for the project. One that is describing the various components, and one is about the innovation management system that we apply to the project, and will be available outside in the. And thanks a lot for this, and if you have questions.
So, thanks a lot, Andrea. So are there any questions? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Paolo Pelleggi, and I'm from TNO, and I'm involved in the biodiversity digital twin project BioDT. I think we're liaising with Intertwin as well to try and see how things land. So just a simple question, which might be much more complicated to answer, is when other digital twins want to access, maybe you have an idea or you can indicate which based, I don't know if it's in the architecture, where do we go to see if we can access? Because everybody's building their own platforms and reusing things and moving forward, which is healthy, because I think that's diversity, it's important. But do you have a sort of a tip, rather look in that direction than that direction, based on what you shared?
Well, for sure, so depending on where you want to plug your, so basically either, if you want to access the output of the digital twins, of course, this will be on the data lake, so the federated data management system. Otherwise, this is for sure one point of access for the outputs. Otherwise, another point of interaction would be if you want to access the underlying infrastructure for the access for the computing side, which is another point of usage.
So if I give an example of, we've got a pollinators digital twin that's being developed and it's running its own thing now, it's very healthy, it's running on its own. But if I want to access resources, there's an interface somewhere that it's not that my digital twin can land within this, it's users of. I'm trying to understand how do others engage with this, because you're looking across different types of domains or sectors or something that they showed before, right?
Yep.
Different types of, so how do I approach that?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So basically what we are developing is a set of components, which, all the use cases that we are in the project, they are integrating depending on the level of, depending, of the usage that they want to do. So they, if they have some use cases use AI, of course, they're going to integrate all the AI framework that we've developed. Some use cases are more interested in the federated data management layer. So it depends of the type of digital twin that you want to build. Then you will need to integrate some part of the components that we are developing. So this is what.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Andrea, as a technical leader for the Intertwin project, and 1 year only to go, how far you think the project is? Some time it's going okay?
No, I think that from what we have planned in the project, I think that we are on time with all the developments. So basically, we are gonna deliver as I said before, the final release at the beginning of 2025 internally, and then publicly in March. I think that there are a number of developments from the digital twin application point of view that are planned, and we will see how much of those that is planned from the use case point of view is going to be delivered. So I think that we are fine with the digital twin, let's say, software for the piloting and integration. This is something that will happen, maybe not fully, I would say. So this is just to.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Andrea. And now we go to the next speaker. So it's Thomas Guinen, and he will talk about the interoperability between digital twins and the Green Deal initiative.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Yeah, all right. So thanks for inviting me. I would like to say a few words about Destination Earth, where we stand, what the progress has been in the project over the last year or so, and then focus more on interoperability aspects. I guess also continuing on the question. I hope I have some answers, probably more questions than answers, like usual. But Destination Earth is a strategic initiative from the European Commission, part of Digital Europe. We are running this in close partnership with EuroHPC, where we run our models. We have 3 main goals in the project. One is to basically improve the underlying models and provide a mechanism to establish a way to run bespoke cutting-edge simulations. The other one is to provide Earth system information at scale, and at the scale where the impact is felt by, for instance, climate change, but also extreme events. And the third one is to foster an innovative and thriving AI-enabled digital ecosystem. So in Destination Earth, we're currently working on 2 main digital twins. The one is on climate change adaptation, which makes, of course, climate change scenario predictions on a decadal timescale. And the other one is on weather-induced extremes, and that one is designed for rapid response to extreme events. So that one operates on a much shorter timescale, more on a timescale of days and not of decades. Destination Earth itself is quite a long-running program, split in separate phases. We just started phase 2. We finished phase 1 in 2024, and we want to move into a production operational state towards 2030. So we have quite a long way to go, but we are also quite far into the project. At the moment, we are very much now starting to focus on operationalization of digital twins, and not only on the pure development part of Destination Earth. So here's an example of the climate digital twin. So what does it bring? So it's the first globally consistent climate information system on a kilometer scale, which very regularly output climate scenarios. The thing that makes it stand out, apart from the fact that it runs at much higher resolution and produces outputs much more frequently, is that it also operates on a streaming concept. What does it mean? It means that obviously these climate simulations are very big models. They output a lot of data, and sometimes you want to operate on part of that data. So you want to basically tap into the data and the information stream that digital twin is generating to immediately act on that. So as an example here, for instance, maybe first good to mention is that the climate digital twin is actually not one single model, but it's 3 models. So we have our a combination of an atmospheric model with 2 different ocean models, and we have a completely separate model. And the interesting thing here is that these models, they output and be into and generate the data in a shared format. So all these models that are running are producing data in the same format, and that is very nice because it means that you can have applications that are sitting in this data stream and can consume data and information that's being produced by these different models. And they can also use a shared monitoring and evaluation framework to evaluate these models. And also downstream application can basically select output from one of these models. Right? So that's a very interesting feature of this climate digital twin as well, more a technical feature, I would say. Then the extremes digital twin, similar setup. So we have also there a digital twin running, which is a global model, detecting extreme events. And as soon as an extreme event has been detected, regional models will be triggered that then zoom into the area where the extreme event is occurring, and there you can run scenarios to understand what the impact of this extreme event will be. So what are we doing there? Similar to for the climate digital twin, we run in this case a single model, so IFS, which is our own weather model with the ocean model NEMO. It runs at a global resolution of 4.4 kilometer, and it predicts weather like 4 days ahead. So less than we normally do for a numerical weather prediction, but enough for extreme events, right? And then if we detect this extreme event, a regional model will be triggered that will basically make predictions at a resolution of a few hundred meters 2 days ahead. And that will then feed into like impact sector models that will then take that information and actually translate it into impacts on the energy sector or on cities and so on. And there, of course, for the regional models, we are leveraging existing models from national weather organizations. So okay, so that's about Destination Earth, where we stand right now. We have been developing over the past couple of years. So now I want to zoom in a little bit more into the architecture of the digital twin engine and the system itself to talk about interoperability. So here you see the main different components of Destination Earth. So we have a platform where the users log in. So the user is sitting on the right-hand side, which is under the responsibility of ESA. Then we have a data lake, which is developed by EUMETSAT, another partner in Destination Earth. And then the digital twins themselves, and the digital twin engine and how to run these simulations on Euro HPC systems. That's the responsibility of ESA that we have. And I want to zoom into this digital twin engine component because that is basically the set of components that allow you to interact and interface with Destination Earth, right? So here you see a representation of this setup in, again, the 3 different components. On the right-hand side, you have the user sitting on the core platform of Destination Earth. You have the data bridge, which is basically a cloud stack that sits next to the Euro HPC side and allows us to run services. Where we all understand that deploying services on HPC is quite tricky. And from there, we have interfaces towards the digital twins themselves to interact with the model. And we have interfaces to operate on the data. And we have, in addition, notification services that make you aware of certain data, certain information that has become available. So when you talk about interacting with the different components in Destination Earth, you first have to identify where you are sitting in this landscape, identify the components that we make available there, and then understand what kind of information or what kind of you require from those components. But this is a third representation of the same thing where we focus on the data flow. So here you can see observational data flows into the model, simulation is running, produces forecast. Here we have this data stream that I mentioned earlier that is writing data also to file, but you can also sit directly in this data stream of your application. That data is then moved into the data bridge. It's basically the cloud stack sitting next to the HPC system, where you can interact with that data. And then the data is also made available on the core service platform, where you can also deploy your application. So again, there's always in engineering, if you want to interact with destination Earth, how do you do it? Well, it depends. So knowing this, understanding this, we also define this integration continuum, where on the right-hand side, you have applications that just want data, just want information, right? And they just want an API to consume that data, and that's it. Then you have applications who are sitting more towards the middle, who want to actually be part of the destination Earth system, leveraging their workflow management system or so on. And then, of course, you need to be at least compatible. And then, of course, we have there two flavors. You can have a weak coupling, or you can have a strong coupling where you actually use those components. And on the left-hand side, we have other use Earth system digital twins that are actually interacting on a physics level, right? So for instance, there will be a presentation from the geophysical community where you can imagine that, for instance, if you have a digital twin of a volcano, that there's maybe a stronger coupling with the atmosphere than for some other examples of digital twins. So what have we been doing so far? So we have been developing a technology transfer program where we're working with the main Horizon Europe projects that are part of the that are sort of part of the Green Deal. So Intertwin, BioDT, DTGeo, which will be presented afterwards, and also Ocean digital twins. And for this project, we defined pilots to understand how certain interoperability aspects could be implemented, and try them out and test them out if they actually work in practice. So for BioDT, we're working on a crop wild relative digital twin. They call them PDT, proto digital twins. And the interesting thing here is you see that they have their own setup, which is totally fine. And then here on the top side, you see that there's a relevance for them to be in the same kind of environment where climate information is available. So they just want to consume this information, but for them, there's value of being in the same sort of part of the same setup, right? But so that's a very loose interaction, I would say. Then I can skip this slide because Andrea already mentioned it. The use case that we share with Intertwin on this flood adaptation case, where there's a tighter integration because they actually want to consume some of the digital twin components or understand how they can interface with that. And the way we engage is we engage with this project in a sort of a dialogue. So they tell us what they need. So they say, okay, we need certain processing environments, we need these components, that components, and then we understand where that fits into the landscape and how we can make it available, or what kind of development we have to do to make that available in the future going forward. And then there's another interesting case, which is kind of separate, but it's, I think, an interesting example of how this really tight integration could work. It's a project run by Cinica, but it is using the Glory digital twin, which is a regional national digital twin initiative, comparable to what we have in our Extremes digital twin, but with a focus on Alpine region, Mediterranean region, and in Italy as well. And there we try to really do a tight integration between the different components. So as you can see here, it's very similar to the extreme digital twins I mentioned. They also run a global model. They also detect extreme events, and then they also run regional models. Similar scales as well, the similar concepts. So we were quite interested to understand, okay, so you have a completely different setup, using different models, different way of how to manage the data, how to manage the information, different workflow managers and so on. And how could they work with destination Earth? And then to illustrate that, we picked in a specific use case as a flooding event in Emilia-Romagna that we want to analyze with that. So to do that, we looked into this picture, trying to understand where the different components of this Glory project would fit into our digital twin landscape. And we tried to run different scenarios. So for instance, okay, we have from this Glory project, they run Icon as well. So they run a global model, and they drive and also a regional model, but they output the information into the FTB here. Well, as soon as you put the data here, then all the other downstream components become automatically available. Right? So as soon as you write into this FTB, you can sit on the platform and access that data, analyze the data using the same tools that users are using for destination Earth, and apply them to Glory. Second scenario is actually we're going to run a Destiny Extremes global digital twin an extreme event will be detected, but instead of running the destiny component, we're actually running the glory component to run that regional model. And again, outputting the data in the FTP. So that's really sitting here in the middle of destination Earth, consuming data from Destiny, linking with it, running their own digital twin, outputting the data into destination Earth, and you can actually consume it. So that's a quite interesting example as well. And the other one we can do as well, we can run an icon global, output that into the FTP, and then actually we can run a local Destiny extreme digital twin from the global information provided by Glory. So we try to run all these different scenarios to understand what kind of interoperability challenges we're facing, how it would actually work, and so on. And even in that case, it's not easy, right? Even though these models are quite similar, they're trying to do a similar thing, even then linking these components is quite a lot of development effort. So I guess you also have to be somewhat modest in your ambition level on what you can easily achieve. Right, and then as a last slide, running out of time, I want everybody to invite everybody to our third Destination Earth user exchange and meeting that will be in 2 weeks in Darmstadt in Germany, where we also showcase Destination Earth and provide more information. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Thomas. So questions?
Hi, Thomas. Thanks for the talk. I was just wondering, so your HPC has multiple systems and you aim to use your HPC. And all the digital twins you show here, do they run on one system of your HPC or can they actually use multiple systems at once?
So not at once. So in principle, we're using all the Euro HPC systems, the pre-exascale systems that become available. So Lumi, Leonardo, Mare Nostrum, Jupiter soon, and
yes,
I forgot the French name on something.
Sure.
They're not running at the same time, right? So we're not going to split the model over multiple HPC. I think that is a quite challenging task that I'm not sure if that's a solved problem, but they can in principle run on each of them.
Yeah, of course, you know, EGI came out of WCD that exactly had that problem. So I wonder if you may encounter it in the future, and hence there might be some collaboration option there. And there's of course a big product in UFC about federation middleware. So it could be very interesting.
Questions? So.
I have a quick question. In your extreme DT, you mentioned there were simulations being done automatically and then on-demand simulations. Can you explain how that on-demand process works?
So at the moment, there will be national services that run that. So they will be monitoring the global extreme DT, and if they spot an extreme event that is relevant for them, they will run their scenarios. So it will be a manual action. Right.
Okay, any further question?
Well, colleague on the HPC systems, and the problem here, I guess, is data movement, no? Because imagine that it's not that straightforward to, this is why they have the data that breach in the system. So if, no, I guess that this is an issue here. I have a question, I don't know if you can answer that, no? It's about the commitment of Euro HPC in the long-term sustainability of this. I mean, it is, I understand, guaranteed up to 2030, let's say. But what happened after that?
No.
To run this once you're in operations. I mean.
Right. So that's indeed one of the challenges we're currently facing. So at the moment, we get a yearly allocation on Euro HPC systems. So they have this strategic allocation on Euro HPC, which is like 10% of their own share. So Euro HPC owns half of these systems. So it's 5% of the total system size. And they can give that to strategic initiatives. And at the moment, that's Destination Earth, but we don't have any guarantee that we can continue to run there. So I think that is one of the challenges that we're facing. Luckily, there's more and more of these larger systems coming online, so we have a little bit more compute power available. But there's no guarantee that will be available in the long run. Yes.
So thank you very much. And next one is Arnau. Arnau Volk. He's the coordinator of the DTGeo project. And, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for staying. So I'm going to present now DTGeo. It has been already introduced by our colleagues. It's one of the three projects that we had in this research innovation action topic call, which was on interdisciplinary digital twins for modeling and simulating complex phenomena at the service of research infrastructure. So we have these three. And in our case, we are focusing on the domain of geophysics. And we have a, let's say, diverse consortium, which is a mix of research, academia, and private institutions. And then we essentially target two main research infrastructures, which are EuroHPC, and in particular the Phoenix, and EPOS, which stands for the European Plate Observing System. Well, Andrea has introduced their concept of digital twin. I am introduced our concept of digital twin. We see a digital twin as a kind of a virtual life cycle environment, which has to have at least three things. One is a data-informed digital replica of a system, of an object, in our case is the Earth. Some kind of prediction capabilities to simulate the scenarios, what if the scenarios, what would happen if, and then ideally the potential to provide feedback. So that's decision making to modify, if whenever possible, the real system. Of course, this comes from industry, where it's quite easy to modify the object. In our case, we had system that it's really because of the time scales or because we cannot physically modify the system. So this is why it's in red, no? But ideally, at least, if we cannot modify the system, we would like to mitigate the impacts that we have, no? So this life cycle environment has a kind of very good analogy with the DevOps cycle in software engineering. And we can distinguish several steps, no, in which we collect the data, we analyze the data, we build the replica, okay? And then we go into the future, we do scenarios, we visualize the instance of those scenarios, and based on those, we make decisions. And if we can, we close the loop again, and we start another cycle. So that's how we map our system with the reality, okay? Based on this, the objectives of ETGeo are to deploy a kind of prototype pre-operational digital twin on geophysical extremes. And potentially, we would like to integrate most of its components or some of the components into the Destination Earth initiative. So what we are doing is to implement what we call digital twin components that are, let's say, workflows that address some of these pieces of the virtual life cycle environment on hazardous phenomena from volcanoes, from tsunamis, from earthquakes, and also from anthropogenically induced seismicity. And we want this in order to conduct data-informed early warning systems, short-term forecasts, and much longer-term hazard assessments, okay? So what will happen in the case of earthquakes, for example, in the next century or millennia even, okay? We have 12 of these DTC, 4 for volcanoes, which address volcanic unrest, the modeling of volcanic ash, tephra and ash, simulation of lava flows, and then the atmospheric dispersal of volcanic gas. Then we have 1 DTC on tsunami forecasting. Then we have like 6 DTCs for earthquakes, which cover different timescales of earthquakes, from the longer term seismic hazard assessment to shorter term earthquake forecast, seismic tomography, that's a kind of the replica part of the earthquake volcano twin, simulation of rupturing of faults, ground shaking simulations, this is more for the early warning systems and short-term forecasts, and then also the simulation of aftershocks. You know that earthquakes, normally they come with aftershocks. And then we have finally another DTC on anthropogenically induced geophysical extremes. And this is more for geophysical reservoirs, so that, for example, for geothermal energy exploitation, CO2 storage, and this kind of thing. So it's modeling more on the consequences of using geophysical reservoirs. The third objective that we have also is to provide a kind of framework for an automated fair validation of all the digital assets that we will produce and how we will integrate these assets in our 2 target research infrastructures. And finally, of course, because this is a kind of pre-operational, before going into operations, we want to verify and validate all these DTCs in operational environments. And we will use 13 site demonstrations across Europe. So that's the kind of, the structure of ETGeo, in which we have these 4 pillars that address the different areas on volcanoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, and anthropogenic. But then we have like 3 different layers that ensure that these DTCs will have, let's say, a common ground and will be homogeneous and interoperable. No? And we will do that by through a common data architecture and workflows, similar computational infrastructure, and then a common metadata and automated fair evaluation of the digital assets. Of course, it is possible because DTGEO is not alone. We did not start DTGEO from scratch. It is linked to many other initiatives that we have in geosciences and HPC in Europe. Okay, some of these initiatives might be familiar to some of the people in the audience. And in particular, we are leveraging some of the outcomes from some other relevant projects. For example, we have the Euro HPC Center of Excellence GIS that is providing essentially the simulation codes and the porting of the codes to the infrastructures. Then we had another relevant project which ended this year, which was eFlows for HPC, from which we leverage essentially the core of the architecture of our digital twin, and then also some other services and software stack. And finally, from the EOS Synergy project that also ended 1.5 years ago, we are leveraging all the fairness evaluators and the software quality assessment. In red is our future, so what will happen after the end of the project. And of course, we have in mind Euro HPC and EPOS, and also there is also this destination Earth target that we want to integrate some of the outcomes in destination Earth. Where we are now, we are same as Intertwin. We have recently finished the second year of the project. So during the first phase of the project, essentially, we did all the collection of requirements because, I mean, one of the tricky aspects of DTGEO is interoperability, because we want these different DTCs to interoperate. For example, you can have an earthquake triggered by a tsunami. So the output of one DTC feeds the input of another DTC. So they are really all coupled. So we have to collect the requirements, see the interoperability at the level of our own project, define all the computational infrastructure, the blueprint architecture, all the metadata scheme that was not at all homogeneous at the beginning among these different communities that we have in geophysics, and then define all this ecosystem for fairness evaluation. We are now recently have finished the first beta implementation of some of the DTCs. And we will start soon with some preliminary or early execution in the site demonstrations using the Phoenix Cloud infrastructure. So this is a scheme of the blueprint architecture. Essentially, this is our, let's say, software stack in which we have different layers for definition of the DTCs, accessibility and reusability of the DTCs, and distributed execution of the DTC. So what we have in red, the top layer is based on the COMS programming model and allows us to define, let's say, the different workflows. Then we have a layer, sorry, because it's not very clear the slide, but of services that we have leveraged from the Euro HPC, from the eFlows for HPC project. And here we have a workflow registry in which there is a description of all the DTCs using a SPAC environment. Then we have a software catalog in which we can include external libraries and some machine learning frameworks, and the model repositories that, of course, we have different models, different scripts, workflows, etc. So they are all in different model repositories. And finally, on the bottom, we have everything that is related to the execution and deployment of the DTCs. Here we have an image container creation services, an infrastructure manager, the COMS runtime, and then on the bottom right, you see all the services that we are leveraging from EOS Synergy project, and in particular, the software quality assessment, the metadata model definition, this is something new, and the FAIR evaluators for data sets. This is more or less the same slide, but put maybe in another way. So from left to right, we see the workflow, let's say the path of execution of our DTC, starting from the definition. Then we go to accessibility with the data catalog, the workflow registry, in which we have in a repository the description of all these DTCs, the software catalog, and the model repository. All these things go into the infrastructure manager to deploy on multiple backends, and we use cloud topologies using Tosca for this. And then this service on automated image creation service that once in place, at every push, every time you do a push, a new update of in the workflow registry, it will automatically generate images, okay, for the deployment in the infrastructure. So all this is integrated in a CI/CD, let's say, methodology. And finally, we have the execution, and here again the Euro HPC systems, and in particular Phoenix, because Phoenix allow us to deploy also a kind of virtual cloud using OpenStack, and the orchestrator using PyCom. So that's a bit the architecture, but in a different way, you know. So for the workflow architecture, we have a GitLab repository where we are just pushing all these developments, and you can see here different collections of repositories. For example, for metadata, we have all the quality assessment tracking, different templates, etc. And this is all that is needed by this software quality assessment service. Okay, all the templates. Then we have a collection of repository for workflow management system. And here, for example, is where you define all the configuration files, how to submit the comms jobs into Learn, for example, the description of the DTCs using SPAC, and so on and so forth. No? So this is the strategy that we adopted to make at the end of the project everything open and accessible. In terms of computational infrastructure, we are using an infrastructure manager, which, if I'm not wrong, is essentially the same that you have in EGI, but deploy it on the Phoenix infrastructure, in our case. And we will use the Chineka Ada Cloud service, which is an infrastructure as a service for the testing phase of the project. So essentially, we will run on cloud emulator in the Phoenix machine. But then once we go into operation, when we will run during the third phase of the project, the simulation, the site demonstrators, we will rely only on HPC resources. Okay, so that's a bit. This may be familiar to you because it's this Chineka Ada Cloud in which we have this OpenStack dashboard and something that we leverage from developments from the University of Valencia, also on this interactive computing service. Another important aspect is how to do an automated fairness evaluation. And here we are relying on rock rate. So we are working, let's say, hard to record all the workflow provenance in order to capture all the data and to have all the metadata, and even to assign a DOI automatically to your simulation. So that's still work in progress. And also we are working hard in terms of data architecture to define a common metadata model for all these domains of geophysics that did not exist yet. And here we are relying on an extension of the EPOS DCAT. EPOS DCAT is an extension of the DCAT application profile for research infrastructures in our domain, in the domain of solid earth, that is based on Cherif. But it turns out that EPOS DCAT, that is essentially what EPOS is using, was not even enough for us because it was pretty much focused on data, and we wanted this to be extended to workflow services and software as well. So it's a kind of more complex. And here we have an ontology with much more entities that EPOS have. So we are working on extending this and also on running all the, let's say, services for fair validation of all the metadata assets with this new metadata model, which is quite much more general. So this is the last slide. What's next? Next step will be, once this is, at least we have a beta version that works, we will run these scenarios, these simulation cases in which we will verify and validate the different digital twin components. And we have like 13 of these places all around Europe, also some beyond Europe, in Japan or in Chile, for example. So that's a bit the situation. Here you have some preliminary results for the tsunami digital twin, but this is still work in progress. It's essentially what we will do during the last year of the project. So that's it. I leave it here. And for more information, of course, you can also check on LinkedIn or on our website. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Arnau. Any questions? So I have one question for you. So what's next after what's next? So.
Well, to be honest, our dream was at the beginning to integrate part of the developments in IMPOS, because that was our natural, let's say, ecosystem, and part of the developments on Destination Air. No? And to this end, we recently submitted a proposal that didn't pass, unfortunately. And we are now rethinking the strategy to how we could, let's say, leverage all the developments that we are doing here to find a way to get some extra funds for integrating into the part of what we have on Destination Earth. So we are working on possible plan B, let's say.
It's more out of curiosity. So all of these digital twins and these components, you said it's about prediction and you're talking about the DevOps. And then I guess they're re-triggering sort of workflow. So how is the synchronization to data? Like, can you maybe just explain to give me just some insight in how that process works?
I didn't explain this very well, but not all the DTCs, so some of them are on the replica side and some of them are on the what if side. So in principle, you should be able to couple some of them. For example, there is one on earthquakes now. On seismic tomography, this essentially is you have data streams recording earthquakes from all over the world and permanently doing an inversion of model to get a better velocity model. This is what they need, the seismologists need, in order to simulate forward earthquakes. So it's a kind of knowing the current state of what is beyond the surface, no? But this replica is permanently, every time you have a new earthquake in the world, it's permanently updated, permanently updated. And it's writing data in a data lake that then you can run another one. For example, once an earthquake occurs, to get an urgent computing ground shaking map. So this is how we couple the different components.
Okay, so thanks a lot. And now we have next one is Anabela Oliveira. Okay, and she will be doing a presentation on digital twin use case on the ocean. And is it ready? So while is it getting ready, as well to explain, we'll have another presentation. So it will be extended a bit since we started a bit late the session. So we would like to ask you to stay as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tiziana. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anabela Oliveira from the National Laboratory of Civil Engineering. And I'm going to talk about connect the work that we have been doing to downscale the CMM's products to the coast. The first thing you are going to notice is the times the spatial scales are going to change. So we are going from kilometers, 100 meters, to a few meters. So we are basically looking at digital twins, putting another layer in the loop that we have been hearing about in the previous presentation. So we are bringing in the human factor in the loop. So we are working with our end users to make sure that what we develop definitely serves their interests, is created with them, and they interact with us to make sure that the final results are useful for their needs. And we are using the Tagus estuaries as our use case. The Tagus estuary is a very complex, very large system in Portugal, where we have a lot of conflicting uses, from biodiversity to strong economic power, like the ports, the maritime transport, and all the people that are operating in that system, and different uses can create a very complex conflict. So we hope that with this digital twin, that is solidly anchored on CMM's products and goes down to the spatial and temporal scales needed to solve the physical and the biodiversity processes, we are able to make a difference and contribute to the economy. And by the way, I'd like to acknowledge Marta Rodrigues, which is the head and the coordinator of the project, besides our colleagues from the Coastal Zones divisions and the information technology. Let's see if I can make it move. Okay, whoops. I did something wrong. Okay. So what are the goals of this project is to develop a digital twin that handles a number of concerns in the estuary, to support evaluation of the ecological status, to quantify the land inputs to the coastal waters, and to anticipate inundation events, both from ocean, estuarine, river, and land perspective. Finally, like I said before, we want to build tailor-made products and make these products accessible to everyone. So in a nutshell, what we are creating is a local high-resolution coastal services that integrates model-based forecast and observations, both from in situ and remote sensing, to create a repository of information, real-time and long-term. So we started working with the end users, and we did this at 2 stages. In the beginning, rather than having boring meetings where the end users don't know what they are there for, we used surveys, working with social scientists to build services that they can answer and that highlight what is important for them. And after that, we went back to the office, we built our twin, and then we created dedicated actions for training them to use this digital twin and also to get their evaluation. Okay, is it okay? You need anything else? What is the product missing there? Is the interaction too complex? Do you need it simpler? Or do you need more emphasis on some aspects? So what are the building blocks here? And you're going to hear the word building blocks a lot. The way we work at LNEC is to build components. We are not attached to any specific data source or any specific model. We build things in containerized ways so we can put a better model inside the loop if it's needed. So what we are doing is we are using, for those of you that know my work, OpenCoast to build our forecast systems. It's an on-demand system that can be applied anywhere in the world, that a simple background is necessary to build this. And with that, we created our high-resolution modeling systems. The first one takes about 5 minutes, okay? And then we iterate, then you put data in the loop, okay? Then we integrated the data from a research infrastructure, CoastNet, which is part of the Nubius, to get all the in situ and observation data. And this is already programmed in a way that interfaces with our system very well. Then we built what the users see, a portal, a collaboratory that is the heart of our digital twin. And then for that, we used our collaboratory infrastructure that we've been using in previous projects, and that allow people to build their own products to some extent. And inside that, we put our physical and biochemical to their forecasts and observations. And then we made these results accessible to CMMs. So we are getting information from CMMs, and we are giving them back the outputs at very fine scales. So this is basically the architecture of our twin. As you can see, the way we look at digital twins is that we start with very broad, very generic infrastructure, and then we tailor it to our specific problem, okay? There you can see the observations from CoastNet. This is for Portugal. If it was someplace in the world, you would see other local data providers. And this is built in a modular way. So tomorrow, if I want to take CoastNet out and put in another data provider, this will be very simple. Then we have all the data repositories, and that's where we make things available for CMMs. And we take all the available information that is outside, not only from CMMs, but from other providers. Okay. Actually, I'm very interested in destination Earth products. That's why I made that question, because I want to put here as option all the best things that we can get. And then we have all the features that are inside the portal, all the things that you can do there, and all the things that are there for the end users uptake. So just a brief overview of how do we do the downscaling of the information. And you can see that, like I was saying before, this is the application for the Tagus estuary. We have another one. The scales of the spatial scales are very, very fine. So we are really looking at local phenomena that we need to model. And again, in the same thing in the vertical direction. So we are basically going from the larger scales down to the scales of interest. Okay, so a little words on OpenCoast. What can we do there, and how can a user use OpenCoast to build forecast systems? We have the whole forecast cycle where people can create a grid, do the configuration of their specific forecast, manage multiple forecasts. You can have multiple predictions in your digital twin. And also a simple way to look at the outputs. Here inside the digital twin, we are not using this part because it's already inside the laboratory. Here you can see that how fine our grids can be, and it's very simple to use. Again, generating a good grid takes about 15 minutes. Now another word on a very important issue here. We don't need to build a very complex modeling system. If we are looking like we are here for inundation and water quality, the most efficient way from a computational viewpoint that is fully correct from the physics and the biogeochemistry viewpoint is to have two different simulations. I don't need 3D for inundation, so I have much faster results if I run a 2D model for this purpose. And then I have a more complex model for the water quality part, but I don't need to simulate the same area because water quality is in the main estuary, inundation are in the margins that seldom have any water. So by doing this separation, we are making things tailored to our purpose. And again, we make it available for the comparison with remote sensing and also with the in situ monitoring network. And we pick different data for different purposes. Okay, just now a quick overview what our digital twin offers our users. This is the main entrance. So when one of our users enters, select the system, in this case, the Tagus estuary for the water quality, and automatically views all the data available for the period of the forecast and a few days before. So the user can quickly access what is going to happen in their system and what has just happened. So to make decision-making very fast. And the way we do that is combining the data and the predictions in a very simplified and condensed way. Oh, by the way, you have the link here if you want to take a look at what is being done and what we are offering. Okay, now going a little bit down to the services that are inside our digital twin. So we have the basics, the circulation and water quality forecast for the next 24 hours. We have the possibility to build virtual sensors. So probing on the screen over the spatial scale, and the user gets a time series of predictions or data, depending on what he or she selects. Then we have direct access to the in situ and satellite observation model comparison. We want our end users to trust what we are providing. And we want to evaluate how well the model is doing, because models are not perfect. Getting data is not perfect. So we want our users to know exactly what they are getting. I'm running out of time. Okay, and then we also have specific indicators for the specific directives that we are supporting, and the capacity build indicators as a user needs. Finally, we also have weekly reports on how all of this is faring, what is happening in the system, and providing this information to the user. This is probably an interesting part for the IT people in the room. That is what is behind what you just have seen. This is the way our collaboratory works. And here you have where the OpenCoast simulation results are stored. And this is basically our software stack for open code. So all of the what is behind generating a prediction, and here has to do with all the interfacing part on the web portal and what is behind the scene to make it possible. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time because I'm running out of time. There are some things to be done still in this project, but I would like to call your attention for our next challenge, which is to build digital twins in Africa. So we have a UN Decade project. We have a lot of challenges. I'm sorry. These are the goals of the project, but in my viewpoint, we need to make sure that we have enough data to make the products worth trusting. We have to convey the message to the end users. And that is what we are mostly interested in this exploratory project, and how we are able to make the fishermen communities being able to use a digital twin. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks a lot. We have time for one question if you want. Yeah.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah. Do you already have a plans for the observation? The last slide that you show for the Africa projects. How do you gonna get the observation there?
In this project, we have local partners. The project is applied to Nigeria and Cape Verde. And we have the Mindelo Ocean Center in Cape Verde for the observation part. And in Nigeria, it's going to be more complicated because we are going to use data collected by the local communities. Okay, so it's going to be social type data, less formal than the data that we usually deal with. And that is going to be one of the challenges, to make our very computationally intensive physics-based process modeling be compared with that type of data. But that is something that we want to invest, okay, to make sure that the results are okay, of course.
Okay, so thanks a lot. So we were checking the timing, and so we have the last presentation of this chunk. So it's Valentine Nantaray, and yeah, we are pleased that you were able to come. I mean, he's going to provide the US vision of what is being done in the US.
Okay. Thank you, Xavier, and thank you, everyone. It's a wonderful place, and I'll try to, I don't want to stand between you and the break. I have quite a few slides, but I'm going to walk through them, run through them basically real quick, and give you a 10,000 meter view of the landscape. So I'm going to give a perspective from the facilities perspective. I work for I'm a climate liaison for the Oak Ridge National Leadership Computing Facility. Currently, we have the #1 supercomputer, the first known open science supercomputer to reach exascale performance in the top 500. So the perspective is a little different. So our main, if I were to summarize my mission as a job, is to say, make our users and our projects succeed. And that's my main goal. That's why I was hired. I'm going to give you the takeaways because sometimes you run out of time and you don't have time to summarize. So I'm going to tell you about 4 things which are key in what I'm going to be talking about. One is we want to advance science. We want to show that we want our users and projects to succeed and succeed beyond imagination. I'm going to demonstrate that with a climate modeling project or Earth system model called SCREAM, which won the Gordon Bell Prize for climate last year in supercomputing. Then, second thing, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, we want to democratize access to science for the users. So very briefly, it's about how AI science foundation models can democratize science for a broad range of users and applications. And toward that, this is work in progress. There's a foundation model that we are developing based on the CMCC data. It's currently a finalist for the supercomputing next month. Hopefully they'll win. And the other one is that I want to mention that under a very broad theme of sustainability, we are committed to energy efficiency in computing and data. So I wanted to introduce a digital twin. This is a paper which has been accepted for supercomputing, probably in a competition for one of the best paper awards. So regretfully, I cannot give, because of the embargo on the information, I cannot tell a whole lot, but I'll give you a very high level perspective. I talked to the PI. Actually, he sent me the slides yesterday and said it's okay as long as you use just these 3 or 4 slides. And I'm not going to go over that, but it's there in the slide deck. It's accessibility. That's one of the things that we are challenged with, that is that we're looking ahead, looking around the corner and seeing what's ahead. And sometimes you don't have the visibility, but you have to bring the users up to speed. And we provide the tools and the training that is needed so that our users are ready to do science on day one on this usually serial number 1 computers. Let me see. Very quickly overview by our computing. Half our users, we have 1,500 users, and produced about, in the last 12 years, about 6,000 peer-reviewed papers, 12 Gordon Bell Prizes, and our allocation is roughly divided between a very large-scale allocation called Insight Program, and another one is dedicated to the agency called the ALCC program, and 10% discretionary allocation. What I want to also show that the industry is a key part. 10% of our allocation goes to the industry. There are some very interesting outcomes that I'm not going to go through that. It's one of the biggest highlights was the turbofan, when GE simulated just one blade of a turbofan for the next generation aircraft engine. That'll reduce the noise levels and also increase fuel efficiency. In terms of the generations from 2010, basically this shows that there has been, every 10 years, the computing capacity increases 1,000-fold, 3 orders of magnitude. So we are currently in Frontier, and we already started the process for the next machine called Discovery. And it is going to deliver science probably at, every generation, we think generally in terms of the science output, probably about an order of magnitude more science. I am going to move on to the Earth system modeling project. This is a Gordon Bell Prize winner. The highlight there, if I were to summarize in just one sentence, that with this exascale machine, it has enabled us to address some of the major sources of uncertainty in Earth system modeling. And looking at the sources of uncertainty in the model due to cloud processes, systematic errors, try to quantify them. And also now we can look at regional impacts. What you're seeing in the visualization is the atmospheric river coming to the west coast of the US, which is a severe weather event and affects a lot of flooding and causes all kinds of interruptions in the society. And I will skip over that. It basically shows how the resolution improvements, and we're going to be talking about, this simulation was a global 3.25 kilometers. And the highlight here is that it used 32,000 GPUs for the Gordon Bell computation and exceeded 1 simulated year per day. So that means that in 1 month, we can do 3 decades of climate simulation. So that's that's not very efficient for production. The production, it uses about 8,000 GPUs, and they are on their way toward generating 30 years of climate simulation at 3 kilometers. I have some early results, and I'll try and skip to that. I'll skip come to the highlight. The interesting thing is that there has to be a lot of code infrastructure modifications to make it happen. It's built on a modern framework for performance portability, and which enables us to basically deploy that on major platforms, regardless of whether it's AMD GPU or NVIDIA or an Intel GPU. As I mentioned, there is ongoing decadal simulations going on. This is a very early result, hot out the press. The PI said it's okay for me to talk about that. One of the things that, 2 things that they look for when you do the model configuration is, what is the climate feedback? Is the climate, or in other words, how quickly is the rate of warming? And what is the climate sensitivity to doubling of CO2? So very quickly, they were able to quantify it and compare it, and it's still under validation. But this is an exercise that all CMIP models go through. And they say that, basically, this model is, it's showing more warming. That means that if this model is correct, we don't know yet, we should expect more rapid warming. I'll move on into that next one. I mentioned this AI Foundation models to democratize access to science. And very quickly, this is again, a Gordon Bell finalist. A whole lot of details cannot be talked about. But interesting thing is that this is the largest Earth Foundation model to anyone's knowledge. It has over 113 billion parameters. Used almost 50,000 GPUs on Frontier, and achieving a very interesting, very strong scaling efficiency of 85%. So again, it's a foundation model. It hasn't demonstrated any applications. There is potential for doing more. There's a reason why these large language models and large AI foundation models are using a large number of parameters corresponding to a lot of data. I'll skip over. There's a similar effort, a smaller effort, working with industry that we're working with IBM to quantify. Recently, just this Monday, last Monday, the model was released, and we're going to scale it on Frontier. Very quickly, here's the digital twin in terms of sustainability that has been actually deployed and validated, very interestingly, to represent not only the system, but also the entire data center. I'll give you an overview. Why is it important? Because we're running into an energy war. Because the progress of science depends on how much energy is available. We are competing with industry who's buying nuclear power stations. So energy is very important. It's not only that we should look for more energy, but we need to be more efficient and conservative on how we use the energy. I'll skip that. I should have turned it off. For example, this is an estimate. If we were to develop a 1 trillion parameter science foundation model, it'll take continuously running 192 days on our system using all 38,000 GPUs, or actually for practical purposes, 75,000 GPUs, and consume nearly 10,000 megawatt hours, and that's the amount of CO2 it's going to require. So there's a strong motivation, and there are efforts underway to develop this 1 trillion parameter foundation models. There are various scenarios in which these digital twin can be used. Very quickly, that one of the things that they've already shown in using 6 months of operational data, that they have understood some of the energy conversion losses from AC to DC. That's one of the actual real outcomes from that. Then it also enables us to test ideas for energy efficiency. What should be done? How should the scheduler operate and prioritize? What kind of jobs may be coming? Is it an Earth system modeling job or an AI training? There are 3 components, basically, 3 modules. One is a cooling model. which is based on Modelica, basically a cyber physical system modeling system. And the telemetry information at very fine granularity, it's almost like sub-second scale. And there's a visual analytics using augmented reality where it can be visualized. And then there is also RAPS, resource allocated and power simulated. So it's a combination of basically using telemetry and simulation to combine state estimation to get at the results. So I'll skip this. And this is the insights that have been gained from the digital twin already, that the average conversion loss of 1.1 megawatts, that's almost, in US dollars, almost $900,000 per year, and of 1.8 megawatts. This paper will be published in Supercomputing. In 6 years, it should be available publicly. Should be an interesting read. Yeah, I'll take questions.
So thanks a lot. We have time for a very fast question. Otherwise, we can keep on doing questions in the coffee breaks. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Very interesting this. All this, I found impressive, the energy, let's say, saving. But I always wonder when I see this, it seems that, let's say, people is more worried about reducing this on computing time, but not on data storage, no? With the amount of data that we are producing with digital twin and so on, and it's growing exponentially, zettabytes, whatever. In this budget, do we take into account also the cost of maintaining the servers and so on?
Yes, but I haven't seen the actual data. I'm not directly involved in this project, but yes, the storage systems are also part of the whole system. So that's actually when we say frontier, it says it uses, our storage system is 750 petabytes. But then there is also node local storage, and then there is secondary tape level storage and network, and all of those things are considered.
Okay, so thanks a lot. And any further question? I would say we can get 5 minutes. And, what? 5. Yeah. Okay, so the chair of next session says 15 minutes for a coffee break. So.
Okay.
Okay. Now we are going to start the second part of the session on the digital twin session. So we will have like 5 talks as in the first part, starting now with Franco Nicolucci, who's president of the Ariane infrastructure. And the slides are appearing, perfect. So the talk is Living the Heritage Digital Twin.
So thank you for being here instead of having coffee. There are bad news and good news. The bad news is that my slides are full of text. The good news is that you can avoid reading it. Okay. And I have to learn how to do this. No? Questo? Okay, grazie. Okay. So, and there is also another good news, no computational content in this presentation because it's aimed at cultural heritage, so the experts in the domain are not so skilled in computing. Why are we doing this kind of research? Because there is a sort of mess in heritage data, starting from a document by the EU Commission, which fostered developing digitization of heritage data, but in incredible large number, and aiming at increasing the number of 3D models. So you will see in the next slide why this is so difficult. Currently, there are repositories of digital documentation. The largest one is Europeana, but it aims at, as fostered by the Commission, education, tourism, and cultural creative sectors, and not so much to research. The second largest, as far as I know, is the one by my research infrastructure, which is Ariadne, and they are archaeological research datasets. So limited to the archaeological research, 4 million datasets, a lot of research centers, and the latest statistics mention 60,000 accesses per year, which is a good number because in Europe there are about 65,000 archaeologists. So according to statistics, almost each one of them has access to the internet. Other aspects concern conservation and preservation. There is a project which has just ended at the end of 2023 concerning conservation of monuments and sites. And another one we start soon, the Artemis project supporting the use of AR and VR for conservation and restoration. Besides, the European Collaborative Flight for Cultural Heritage has also started very recently the operations. So there is an urgent need of organizing the heritage data in an efficient way, compliant with standards and suitable for collaborative heritage research, study, and conservation. But there is a lot of misconceptions about digital twins. When the digital twins became a very fashionable term, sort of buzzword, people thought that digital twin is the 3D model of a heritage asset, like the small house you see on the right. Of course, just knowing the shape of the object is clearly not sufficient unless you want to produce pretty pictures for some valorization. And so one approach was to create a 3D scan, 3D point clouds, and attaching sort of post-it stick information, as you see in the picture. But this does not allow cross-model searches. So it is usable only for that small house. If you have another house, you have to start from scratch, attaching the information. Fortunately or unfortunately, this was used in a very large restoration project, which I will not name, which concerns a church in France, famous one. And the approach was exactly that one. So to scan everything and then use what they called augmented objects to improve the information. Another approach, typical of engineers, concerns CAD-based models. So you have a wireframe like in the picture, and they try to apply BIM, which is building information models, to manage the related information. BIM was conceived for new buildings, so it is something that enables planning and creating the building procedure for new buildings, and of course does not include information about the past, which is of course important for cultural heritage. So everybody started to try to attach more information to manage heritage buildings, but unfortunately the BIM software does not allow to be flexible in this regard. And so there are different solutions with no standardization. Neither of these two approaches enables dealing with the intangible assets. Intangible assets are, of course, part of cultural heritage, as UNESCO says, but they are also an important component of every tangible asset. So what did we do? First thing, we had to clean the rubbish. And so we started with a digital twin, which is not dynamic, it's static, but aimed at better organizing the data. So a lot of semantics, no computation, and defining the heritage digital twin as the complex of all the information related to heritage assets of any kind, movable, tangible, intangible. Of course, you can incorporate all the relevant information, including, if you wish, and if you are fond of this stuff, 3D models. The first version came out at the end of 22. And as I already mentioned, data may have a timestamp. So this picture was made on 1st October 2024, but there is no development. It's just information concerning the time when the data were stored and managed. As we were perfectly aware of this limitation, here you can see a nice semantic diagram. I'm sure that you are all familiar with semantics, which is absolutely not the case, and probably. And it's a very simplified one. The important news is that this is compliant with the ISO standard for managing cultural heritage information, the CDOC-CRM model. Let's move on because I have a few minutes. And here is an example. It's a famous monument in my hometown, Florence, the Baptistry of St. John. Okay, everything works. You have a 3D model, you have several aspects, but interesting is that you can also incorporate intangible component data, like some verses by Dante Alighieri in his Divine Comedy, or mentioning the sentence by Michelangelo, who called this door the paradise door. And this east door is also an asset by itself. So it is a digital twin, which is part of another digital twin. But let's move on. Eventually, after this cleanup of misconceptions, we developed a dynamic digital twin, adding to the previous definition the concept of sensors. Sensors must be understood in a very flexible way. So Internet of Cultural Things, which are actual sensors, as in using the common language, but also connections to information coming from other sources. Two examples are here, very simple, the fire sensors, and everybody understands, probably in this room there are fire sensors, and we start sprinkling water if there is a risk. Or they could come as information from other sources, for example, flood risk, as in, you can see here an application, possible application. Is not an actual application. This is a famous painting, also from Florence, The Last Supper, which was badly damaged in 1966 by the during the disaster flood. Most of the present in the room in 1966 were not even born, but this was really a disaster. And the painting was badly damaged and then restored. Now there is a lifting system. So if there is a risk of flood, somebody goes there, pushes a button, and the painting is raised up several meters to avoid being damaged again. Of course, it could be replaced by an automatic system which understands if there is a real high risk of flood and starts the lifting of the painting. In this case, without any need of manual intervention. Okay, this is I think it's the last slide. The application of these digital twins to a church, to a monument, to the pulpit in the church of near again in Tuscany. Sensors gather environmental dynamic data, humidity, and they also include accelerometers to detect small seismic events. At present, all this information is sent to experts who examine them. But if this happens during the coffee break, it may be too late to intervene. So this could be also analyzed by the system, activating, if necessary, some direct intervention, or ringing an alarm bell to call the guardians from the coffee room and to attend and do whatever is necessary. I had to be short. Conclusions. The first step is that this improved ontology can be used to organize data in several application domains: research, preservation, conservation, and more. It is more or less straightforward to incorporate existing data sets, because our ontology is perfectly interoperable with the system, with the domain standards. It can work with hierarchies of various nature, regardless if they are tangible, movable, or fixed, or historic palaces, or whatever. So we have examples of any kind of heritage assets. Forget the last line. It is only there because the European Commission wants this, and so we usually add it to get funded by the Commission. But I hope that we will eventually succeed. And what is this? Okay. And if any of you was fascinated by my presentation, here are some references, and I will be glad to share this information with you. If you need more information, just email me, name@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Franco. Questions from the audience? No questions? No, I just wanted to comment that the next talk is about flood risk management, digital twin. So I think that what you presented at the end, this will be quite linked to to the next talk. So thanks a lot again.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. In this case, when there are no questions, there are two possibilities. I was exceptionally clear, or I was exceptionally unclear, so nobody understood and cannot make
The first
a
case.
Anyway, thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So as I introduced, now the next talk will be about digital twin for flood risk management, and it's from Björn Backerberg, senior researcher at Deltares.
Goodness, I've never stood on a platform like this, but okay. So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for attending. So I'll talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing towards developing a digital twin for flood risk management. And this is work that we're doing in a couple of projects and contributed to by many. So at the onset, I'd like to say that when the objectives that we have in terms of developing digital twins are twofold. So we have the one objective is to enable expert users, so people that understand like complicated models and workflows and data, to more easily set up digital twins for flood risk management. Then the second part is about empowering communities to make informed risk and mitigation plans. And they're taking into consideration all of these complicated data related to climate change, related to socioeconomic change. And at the bottom here, all of these, this button? No, it's not. This button. All of these kind of in the context of flooding, all of these adaptation measures. So in order to understand or develop plans to adapt against climate change, you need modeling. And that is often a bottleneck for adaptation practitioners. So this is also the link between making these tools accessible to our end users. So I'm going to talk you through a sort of a framework that we're developing to make modeling more accessible for adaptation planning. And this framework is encapsulated in a digital twin application that we call FloodAdapt. And central to the FloodAdapt application are community questions. So the types of questions that your community would ask in the case of flood events. For example, what would happen if population growth doubles? Then our community might be more at risk. How long will a drainage pump be effective, for example, in terms of an adaptation strategy? Or what would have happened if the storm track would have been further south? Or if we implement an adaptation strategy, how is this benefit distributed across different income classes? So these are the types of questions that the community have when it comes to developing adaptation plans. And you can translate these questions into so-called what-if scenarios. So the kind of things that we simulate with digital twins. And there's, in our case, there's kind of three types of components that you need to specify. So you need to specify a projection, so a future scenario in terms of what would be the economic growth or what would be the climate change, for example, sea level rise. Then there are obviously events that we need to take into consideration. So extreme rainfall, high wind speeds or storm surges that contribute to these events. And then what types of strategies can we implement to mitigate and adapt against these changes? So these community questions can be translated into these components, which then become our what if questions that we simulate. And the back end of our application then takes these three components and integrates them into and combines them into for simulation using a hazard model and a damage model. So the point here is that as an end user, as a non-technical end user, I want to specify these scenarios, but I don't have the technical capabilities to go into the model code, make the changes myself. So we want to automate these processes so other people can benefit. So your adaptation planners can have access to these complicated models and use them in their adaptation planning. So at the moment, our hazard model and our impact model are connected to a flood inundation model and a flood impact assessment tool, which we use commonly, and I'll demonstrate this a little bit later. So then once you've sort of specified these scenarios and you run the simulation, the backend also then automatically triggers and runs the simulation and then provides the output, which then you need to present to the end user in an understandable way. So we talk about metrics or infographics, easy to understand maps, so that the user can really understand how the scenario evolved and what is the impact of a specific solution. So what we're trying to do in the Destination Earth project at the moment is we're trying to take these concepts and trying to generalize them so that other adaptation modeling communities can take benefit from these approaches. So in this example here, what's important to note is that we have a range of users. So from developers to configurators, which were people that kind of set up modeling systems on behalf of other people's, to end users who are the kind of people that make decisions to communities or policy implementation agencies. So these are the people that you have to talk to if you're implementing a system like this. So if you look at the adaptation modeling landscape, there are a bunch of adaptation planning frameworks. Here is just two of them. One is called RUS, the other one is called RRJ, and I encourage you to Google those. But one of the major, and these are all methodologies towards creating an adaptation plan for a specific project area. But one of the major bottlenecks that we've identified when we talk to our stakeholders is that many people get stuck in trying to quantify the risk, and they aren't often able to move into sort of a planning and implementation phase when it comes to adaptation. So here in this framework, what we've tried to do is we've tried to give people sort of a recipe with resources that helps people do this adaptation modeling so that we can in the end plan and implement. And what's central to this are these two iterative loops that you see here. The first one is about selecting your adaptation planning framework, and then you need to define some conceptual preconditions around like the problem or the future vision that you have for your project area. For example, a city, I want to be flood free, and I want to have a storm wall in place and all of these kind of things. So you have to define a vision. Then you need to understand your risk and impact chain. So what happens? Is it a flood, and what are the downstream cascading impacts? And this is really where there's a lot of uncertainty here, specifically in terms of the climate data that we use to analyze, the socioeconomic data that we use. So quantifying this is really the bottleneck for many people. Then once you've done that, you select your risk drivers, which are your future conditions, which are also come with a lot of uncertainty. And then you sort of select a suite of adaptation measures that you want to simulate and test in terms of your planning. So once you've done this, you step into the space of setting up your modeling system, which is the output here. And here projects like, Intertwin and Destination Earth play a key role because they provide these enabling technologies that allow you to do this. You need to select the software, you need to pre-process it so that the data can be fed into the model. You need to set up some workflows, then you need to process the data so that you can generate easily understandable results. And in this process of setting up a modeling system, it needs to be iterative, and you need to involve all members of your stakeholder community. And in this iterative process, you're constantly refining your conceptual preconditions, becoming a little bit more quantitative, until at some point you then have a modeling system in place. Then the second iteration is you use this modeling system, and here you can let the community and your end users run with things, and then they can run these modeling systems to then further quantify the preconditions, but also assist them in moving to the planning and implementation phase. So this is kind of the approach that we're trying to generalize. So I want to move on to some aspects of digital twins that we think are important, and then give you a bit of a demonstration of how we've implemented them in a flood risk management digital twin. So we've defined sort of 6 key aspects to digital twins that define a digital twin, you could say. So on the one hand, a digital twin should be interactive. So people need to be engaged with it and be able to play with it and change it. The other thing is that it needs to be integrative. So hang on, I've got some pop-ups. So in other words, in order for a digital twin to be interactive, the models need to respond to near real-time changes or to real-time changes made by the users. So then in terms of integration, you need to integrate a whole bunch of different models, data sets, services, etc. And what we need there is like harmonization and standardization, essentially, in terms of doing this. Then your digital twin needs to include real physics. So you want to model something in an accurate way. So there, having real physics also impacts performance in terms of accuracy. And we really need to focus on uncertainty tracing and making sure that this can be enhanced. Finally, real data that is fair and high quality to validate your digital twin is really critical, because it builds trust. You want to be able to simulate relevant events in an accurate way to build trust with your community that is supposed to use these tools at the end of the day. When it comes to the social aspect of a digital twin, you need to basically talk to a variety of different stakeholders, from expert users to people that don't know diddly squat about the Earth system. So you need to be able to communicate messages in a really clear and transparent way. So visualization becomes a real thing, and is really important in terms of giving people understandable metrics that help them make decisions. And then finally, sort of photorealism is also becoming pervasive in this environment. where people are using virtual reality or augmented reality to see the real impact of the hazard that you're trying to model. So I'm going to run you through this demonstration of the flood adapt tool that we have, and I'm going to focus on this Hurricane Ian that went past Charleston a couple of years ago. So here you see the sort of user interface, and you can see a user clicking through the whole process. So he's now selected a historical storm track, and you can see here he's selecting Hurricane Ian, he or she, I guess. And then there you see the basically information about the hurricane. I'm pointing at the screen here, not so useful. And here you can see information about the category and the strength of the hurricane. When you hover over the little buttons, it gives you information about the wind speed. Here was our project area, Charleston. And what this user is trying to see is like what would have happened if this hurricane would have made landfall over here. So he's changing the storm track, and then that impacts all of the winds, etc. And then he moves on and he runs the simulation, which I'm going to skip for now. And then here's an example of the kind of output that we get. So on the left-hand side, you have the actual Hurricane Ian storm track. So you can see it didn't cause too much flooding. But on the right-hand side is the scenario had it made landfall further south. So you can see there's a significantly more amount of flooding. And the blue areas are obviously the flooded areas, the white area, the not so flooded areas. And we also, with our flood impact assessment tool, can calculate damages to buildings. And then these are scaled at, as you zoom in, that's interactive. You can see as you zoom in, it becomes more granular and detailed. Down to the building level, we detail the damages related to flooding. Should be said that these data, these building level data are there's a lot of uncertainty around there. And we can talk about that at length, but it's something that we need to work on. Here's two more examples. I'm not going to spend too much time on them, but basically on the left-hand side, you see a user selecting an area and elevating homes, which is an adaptation and mitigation strategy. Holy cow, 1 more minute. And then on the right-hand side is the flood wall. So, 1 minute. Okay, so here are the understandable results. So once you run a scenario, you can basically boil down to like the building damages and break it down into the different types of facilities. You can check, whether or not roads were interrupted or damages and whether or not people were displaced. What's interesting here is that here we can break it down into low vulnerability and high vulnerability. And there, what's important here is we need also information about social vulnerability. So here, for example, we have layers that we can add in terms of the social vulnerability, and we need this information in addition to the climate data to really have to help with decision making. That was the point. So wrapping up, so just to remind us of our two objectives, the one was to enable an expert user to set up a digital twin, and the other one is to empower communities to make adaptation plans. So bringing back to, we've spoken to a large number of stakeholders, and we've tried to essentially collect user stories and requirements for various aspects of them. So these are just like a few selected ones. We've got hundreds of requirements listed. But for this aspect of setting up an adaptation modeling system, things that came out in terms of requirements, we want modular, integrated hazard and impact models, right? So then we need not only the climate models, but we also need to have government transition models to model policy and options and outcomes. We need APIs for easy and seamless integration. We want access to real-time historical data, so not just simulation data, not just forecasts. We need the historical data and specifically the socioeconomic data in order to really make decisions. And all of that has to be customizable, modular, and easy to use components. Then more from an adaptation point of view, in terms of your preconditions, there's things about like databases of adaptation options, costs, co-benefits, government's policies. These are all information that we require. Information about compound and multi-hazard, and so, the list goes on and it's broad. So the point I'm trying to make here is that focusing on, in Destination Earth, for example, on just providing the climate data is not enough. We need to integrate a whole bunch more across different disciplines, which is the main point I was trying to make with this. So just skimming through the take-home messages in my last few seconds, I think there's a lot of potential with digital twins to create wide societal impact. I think there's a lot of opportunity they have to offer. In setting up and building digital twins, working with your stakeholder and end user community, I think is key. We can't ignore that. but finally, there's a lot of cross and interdisciplinary challenges that we need to overcome in order to make this a reality. And that's me. Thanks. Sorry for going over.
Thanks a lot, Bjorn. Questions?
I'm just going to do the marketing slide. Oh, no, that's gone.
Actually, I don't know if it's just for you or to the audience, but I was thinking in this adaptation framework, how do you manage or would you manage information that can be sensible and is uncertain at the same time?
Sensitive, you mean?
Sensible,
Yeah.
I don't know, it has implications on many things. I'm thinking, for example, on insurance, insurance, or all kind of things, evacuation plans, blah, blah, blah. All these things, I mean, should be really made available to the general public and the media? Or
I can't answer that second part of the question. I don't know if it should be made available to the general public or the media, but certainly our stakeholders that we've talked to, they are very hesitant about using open platforms, specifically about putting their data there where they cannot control who's got access to it. So that it is something that we really need to think about, and also build trust with those people so that they use our platforms.
I don't know if there are more questions. Okay, if not, thanks again, Bjorn. And I think we can move to the next speaker. Yuri, please. So Yuri Pido Priora is a project scientist at Max Planck, and we'll have a presentation about digital twin for Pulsar. Slides.
Okay, so it's nice to be here. So it's moving from something with a lot of social impact, like flooding, to the areas of the very specific astronomy and astrophysics. So, you know, before I was talking to Xavier, and I realized that this my next slide, this is one slide that I usually just flip. Then this is our team, and then move on. But then I realized that maybe I should talk a little bit about it, because this is exactly an example of this open community that EGI is designed to serve. Because it's a group of people that was just half spontaneously combined together from different places in Germany, different institutions, and half of this are radio astronomers, the other half are computer scientists, so with completely different background and perspective. And we are doing this project together, and even funded by different things. So it's partially funded by Intertwin, partially by Punch4 and FDI. So in a sense, it's amazing. I mean, I got used to this, but this works for years now, that we are able to do this together. We just meet in Zoom meetings. We've never met in real life, all of us together. So we just join in Zoom meetings once a week, and each of us does part of this, and it just works. So I thought that I spend a moment to appreciate this. But okay, just moving to technical details. So why do we do this? So right now we are undergoing revolution in radio astronomy, that we move from the old style radio telescopes that were basically from 1940s. We were building the telescopes in the same way, this, you know, very familiar parabolic antennas. And right now moving to completely different ideas, completely different setups, huge interferometers. The ultimate tool that's gonna be built, part in Australia, part in South Africa, is the square kilometer array. I'm sorry. But now there are precursors that are already online and already producing data, like Meerkat here that we are collaborating with. And what happened is that in old times, the data produced by radio telescopes were relatively, there was small amount of data, and so it could be handled basically. You can keep whatever you like for years and analyze at your free time whenever. And right now, just I listed the bit rates. It's just both old instruments that are upgraded and the new instruments are producing, just flooding us with data, and even keeping the data for a week becoming a problem. So we are facing a real, so this here is an example of 1 petabyte 3D cube produced by, that will modeled, that it built produced by SKA. So we are facing irreversible loss of information based on decisions that need to be made on incomplete information. So this is a completely new problem for radio astronomy, something that never happened in like half a century. So, and this is the main motivation for this project. So the 3 focus points, that's the first focus point, that the flooding was the data. Now, of course, we need to look for something positive. So since we're building this system to sort through the data automatically, we want to get something that we couldn't do before. In this case, it's search for transients, which are so like unicorns of radio astronomy, because in the old style methods, you just need to be lucky to point at exactly the right moment at exact point in the sky and detect it. But with the automated methods, you can just scan the sky and then you will be able to detect it, and hopefully you can do surveys for that. So that's another motivation. And the third motivation is that we would like it to be scalable, because the huge amounts of data means we need to apply high performance computing, which in turn means that the software should be scalable. And so this is just an example when we shared, and we radio astronomers shared with our friends, computer scientists, our typical, well, that's not even typical, that's the best package that we are using in radio astronomy, so-called CASA, Common Astronomy Software Applications. It's universal, it's works with all the modern radio telescopes, and it just performs horribly. If you try to test it on modern clusters, these are just an example of 2 experiments done. In one case, there was a maximum of performance at n equal to 8 cores. In the other case, it just crashed for everything higher than 8 cores. So it just performs ridiculously badly. So another thing that we need to think of, building pipelines that would be designed specifically to perform well with HPC. So going to what we have right now. So we've built this. This is the first version that was already released. It consists right now of 4 different components. One of them are, 2 of them actually are digital twins. One a physics-based digital twin written in Python. Another is empirical digital twin, also made in Python. I will explain in a minute what's the difference. Then the machine learning-based classifier, and then everything, all of this implemented in C++ to be able to run it with HPC. So it's all designed together, so controlled by a Jupyter notebook. We wrote a 50-page paper, which I included in a link to this talk. Through if you go to the page of this talk, you should be able to look it up. So the basic structure of all this. So that's the machine learning system that does the actual decision. So it just classifies the data. that's the digital twin that used to train it. And so at this point, we are focusing on just basic types of data. And this explains why we actually need digital twin. So the examples here, so this is the pulse. This is 2 types of RFI, narrow band and broadband, and this is just nothing. So if you look at the actual distribution of this in pulsar data, you would see that you mostly get nothing. Then you get, sometimes you get one type of RFI, the other type of RFI, and really rarely, only a small percentage of data, you get the pulse, which is what we are interested in and which is why we are building it, because this way we can just filter it up and reduce the amount of data drastically immediately when we are absorbing it. But of course, if you train your machine learning classifier based on this real data, then it will be severely biased towards, well, none. So, which is not good. So that's why we need the digital twin, and this is, so we have 2 types of digital twins. One is physics-based, which is very sophisticated physical model of a pulsar. The signal coming from a pulsar going through the interstellar medium, then being detected by the telescope. The other one, the empirical digital twin, is the auxiliary that we came up in the process of building this. Is just a quick and dirty way. You can just look at how the data look, and you can model it based on the geometric properties, basically. This shows the accuracy. So in this case, when you use digital twins, you can split the 4 types exactly in equal parts, and the training works so you can actually reduce the resolution to save computing power, and as you can see, it works pretty well. A significant problem in all this is modeling noise, and this is, well, I'm not gonna go into this, but you can prove theoretically that radio astronomical systems should produce exactly white noise. And based on the Effelsberg data, we got that it's really true. And now I got the same results from the meerkat. I started playing this. I never showed this before, so I started playing this with the data just a couple of months ago, and it turns out that with meerkat it also works fine. So it's great. So that means our model is correct. So this is the last slide. So the status and plan, we're now preparing the second version of everything. It was a much more sophisticated digital twin. The data, now we have more data with more Effelsberg data from other pulsars, and more meerkat data now, getting more and more of it, improving ML classifier, and we spend a lot of time with testing the deployment and HPC in different data centers. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Yuri. Questions from the audience? One second. I mean, it's better if you have the mic.
Hello, Jean-Marc Delouis from Brest. I have a naive question. From your machine learning, if I well understood, you learn your statistic or your denoising or your component separation from a digital twin. What happens if a class of pulsar that you have never been to be successful to observe because of the low sensibility compared to SKA is in the sky? Do you think that this machine learning will succeed to find this unknown pulsar type?
Okay, so you mean that will it work that if we build our model on the known pulsars and we are trying to detect something completely new? Yeah, well, the pulsar, that's why we chose pulsars for testing and not something, because I think this is the least complicated, well, at least in some ways, the least complicated radio astronomical source that we can predict how it behaves, that you have pulses, you know how it's distributed through the interstellar medium. So the hope is that if we build it properly, then it should work for any pulsar. But of course, to be sure, that's why we're testing it with different telescopes and different pulsars.
Thank you. So I don't know if there are more questions. Okay, so if not, thanks again, Yuri. And now we are moving to climate. We have Christian Pager, research engineer at Fairfax. So we will have a presentation also another use case from Intertwin. Thanks a lot.
So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm pleased to present you the work we are doing in Intertwin. So the goal is really to do climate extreme event to assess climate change impacts. And it's a new approach we are developing here. So the challenge are climate extremes. I think most of you are aware that we have been seeing a lot of climate extreme events lately, and they seem to change in frequency and location and also intensity. So the idea is to be able to analyze how those will evolve in the future climate. And what we want to achieve here is to develop a generic detection algorithm. So an algorithm that can address different types of climate extremes, for example, intense rainfall, drought, heat wave, cold spell, or high wind events, and others also, because you can have compound events where you have several impacts at the same time, and also some events that are in a long duration, like droughts, for example. And what we implemented here is the characterization of those climate extremes. So to be able to do what-if scenarios. And what we want to analyze and to assess are the frequency of occurrence, so how often they happen, their spatial extent, how it will change, their intensity and duration. And so, as I said, we are aware that those extremes are happening right now in different parts of the world. So it's really urgent to need, there are urgent needs for those impact assessments. And those are necessary to identify mitigation solutions that we need to implement and need to develop. And it affects multiple domains. It can be infrastructures, urban areas, agriculture, transportation, tourism, and many others. And we need flexible tools because we have different kind of users. It can be expert users, can be more like stakeholders, or some companies doing impact assessment. So we need those kind of flexible tools that are easy to use. So we, of course, in the climate research, we have developed software already to analyze those climate extremes. And in the community, we have developed some standard climate indices and climate indicators. And this is the landscape of those climate indicators. So they can be based on one climate variable, for example, temperature, wind, precipitation, or humidity, or compound. And those climate indicators have been defined with specific definition, and that everybody agree on. So it's easy to intercompare, and also it's easy to share information. And an easy example on the climate indices are, for example, if you want to compute the warm days. So what you would do is use the average, the mean temperature, the daily mean temperature, and you try to count the number of days that happen only 10% of the time, for example. And this is a climate indicator. And we have a analytical Python software to do that. It's called ICClim. So it's quite nice to use, but as you will see, there are some improvements that we need to do in order to properly assess the impacts. The user wants to analyze those climate indicators, and the thing is that there are many climate scenarios available that have been generated for the CMIP exercises in support to IPCC reports. And there are so many simulations that most of the users will only analyze a subset of them. So what they would do is that they use, for example, Jupyter notebooks, and they select some scenarios, select a region, and then there will be some subsetting and pre-processing of the data. And here with those scenarios, extreme events characterization will be done. So it's really data analysis problem. So this is the main workflow. So why do we want to use a different method? So the method I presented earlier is a just standard analytical method. You just calculate things exactly. But the thing is that to analyze a very large database of climate scenarios, you need a good performance, because the previous algorithm could take, for example, several days to analyze a certain number of scenarios. And sometimes it's not practical for users. So if you want to address and to calculate the uncertainties associated with those climate extreme event data analysis, we need to analyze all the simulations. And to analyze all those simulations, we need much better performance. So the idea was to use an AI-based method. So to use the GPU architecture, because there are several supercomputers offering GPU, and we want to use that as well. It's also scalable in cloud-based environments. And the idea came when we did a literature review. There was a method that was used to detect avalanches. So avalanches are not that common, and it's like climate extremes, because it's some events that change things in the data, but it doesn't happen very often. So the AI method used is a variational autoencoder. So it's a deep learning technique. And this is shown here. So the idea is quite simple. In fact, you start from data. So it can be a 2D field, for example, max temperature. You encode it using neural networks. So what you do is that when you encode, you will lose information. So what you do is that you extract the most interesting and most important features in your field. And then from this latent space, which has a smaller dimension, then you re-encode the information and you recreate the original field. Of course, you will have differences between the two because you lose information. So you keep only the most important one. So what it is that the difference between the input image and the output is the reconstruction error. And those were linked with avalanches that were in the images. So it means that since those avalanches don't happen very often, the neural network will not learn about those specific features. And when you will reconstruct the image, you will not reconstruct those specific features. And this is what you are looking for are the errors, because the errors are linked to non-common events. So the idea was to use that for climate extremes as well, because it's the same kind of thing we are looking for in the data. And so we are building a new package called XTClim. So it's really a new method because it has never been used for that kind of application. And so what kind of data we are using? We are using, for example, for now, the global climate model data from CMIP simulations. We could use higher resolution data, but to start, we use those ones that represent the extremes at a continental scale. We could use much higher resolution simulations afterward, but this is just to begin to work with this kind of method. So we focus on the Western Europe for the first applications. So what this method enables and unlock is to be able to do fast comparison between greenhouse gas scenarios. For example, we have several greenhouse gas scenarios. Those are the reconstruction errors for one specific climate model and 4 different greenhouse gas simulations. And we have, in the results, we have what we expect. It means that, for example, in the graph on the plot on the left-hand side, the purple scenario is the one which has the most greenhouse gas emission scenario. So where the temperature increased most. So we have more and more reconstruction errors, and they are linked to the climate extremes. So this is the information we are looking at and we are trying to analyze. And also it's the same when we compare, this kind of method is very fast. So it will compute, for example, in a few minutes, what could take several days with the normal method. And this enables you also to do ensemble analysis. And what InterTwin helps us is that you have seen that this is a really new method, and this is really new research and new applications. And InterTwin with the core components, we are using the iTwin AI core components. It enables us to leverage this tool directly into a digital twin application in a very fast development cycle. This would not have been possible if we would not have this kind of framework developed within InterTwin. So from the original application to the digital twin application, it's not a lot of work to use those core components and leverage those kind of tools. And with the integration with InterTwin core components, we can do advanced workflow composition. So we can have a really easy way to represent the workflow itself and be able to do what-if scenarios and different workflows depending on specific climate extremes we would want to analyze. And it's integrated with the InterTwin data lake with different tools as well that are very standard. So the perspective is to exploit also the geospatial information. So this will happen within the next few months. We want to implement a severity index as well, and to exploit more of the latent space of the neural network. This is possible as well. We want to assess the robustness of the method against the analytical one, and we want to extend to other climate variables, because the goal is really to have a generic method to be configured and applicable to different types of extremes. So the take-home messages are that the InterTwin DT enables fast digital twin application development exploitation. The convolutional variational autoencoder achieves unsupervised anomaly detection. The events can be characterized with various indicators. The results are consistent and what we are expecting. And the performance we get with this kind of approach unlocks the ability to better quantify climate change impact uncertainties. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Christian. Question from the audience? Let's see, questions. Maybe one from my side. I mean, I think we already discussed inside the project, you know, the link between, for instance, what is your output and the input from needed by other digital twins. So maybe this is something that can be part of the, one of the developments of the last part of the project, in your opinion?
I didn't understand exactly what you're.
I mean, the integration between the output of your digital twins and other digital twins, for instance, the one that has been developed by Deltares.
Yes, for example, there are. We were talking about the use of the climatic stream information in the context of the hydrological simulations and modeling, and also other digital twins. There are some methods that are developed to downscale climate simulations, called the package called downscale ML, that could be used also to increase the resolution of the input data to assess climatic streams at a higher scale.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks again. So we are now finishing the session. So the last talk is from Paolo Pileggi, ICT Strategy Consultant at TNO. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so it looks like my presentation is also full of text. It's a joke. It's the end of the day. Long title. I'm going to make it simple for you. So it's about talking about future compatibility, not just the integration, technological integration, to navigate this complexity of integrating. In this case, we've got this to do the use case discussion to make sense of the IT stuff we're going to talk about. AI-powered virtual sensing in digital twin. I guess I'll use this, right? Okay, so TNO is the applied science research organization of the Netherlands, and you can find us online. This is just the website. Simple. So we're not just talking about fair data, we're also talking about fair technology, so that we can enable self-determination for the different organizations that, or different collaborations that want to have digital twins in the future. So it's from that sort of perspective we're going to be talking. I'm not going to give definition of digital twin, but just for the sake of understanding what I'm saying when I use the words. When I use the word digital twin, I'm referring to the model itself. When you have the model, there's a digital twin application that has a model in it, which is the digital twin, and there are all these other components, visualization, computing, reasoning models that you might want to combine to make an application that has a certain purpose. And in the end, where I like to focus the most is on digital twinning. So this might be governance kinds of things, but it's not just the fact that we're doing it, but we want to deliver solutions that can keep delivering value, so that the future, when you want to change, it must be compatible with all the kinds of stakeholders and all. So it's quite a complex space, and that's why the word complexity was highlighted. Right. So the idea is, and there's a bit of a typo, so maybe it draws your attention to platform as a service. So the idea of like a app store for digital twin infrastructure components or digital twinning infrastructure components. The idea is to have some sort of place, and this isn't foreign, I think we've all seen these kinds of constructions, where you have a service platform facility that a supplier can supply something in form of a module, if that's the term we're using. I'm sure there are other terms as well, depending who creates it. And then there's a consumer that might need that, right? And in our case, there might be a dedicated compute resource, but you can create a public service where, whether this is an interface to something or actually hosting those components, the components being either a model script, which represents the digital twin model itself, or some visualization application as the whole application being accessed by the consumer. Digital twin platforms themselves. At TNO, we work in different projects, and we have a federation platform for different digital twin applications. And then we've got a digital twin platform, again, that allows you to access some sort of supercomputer. So you'll see the cases, we'll mention a bit about them. So everything's being created, and that's fine. Heterogeneity is healthy. But at the same time, the consumer, depending on who that consumer is, has different needs. Sometimes simplicity is one of them. So in our story now, one or two more slides, you'll see it's quite quick. AI algorithms is something that, or call it machine learning algorithm, maybe I should say that, a machine learning algorithm that we're going to put in this story, right? So we've actually created with one of my undergraduate students an internship that he did, a prototype that demonstrates a machine learning powered virtual sensor for groundwater level monitoring in the Netherlands. So with our partner, if you look under the consumer's little block, okay, can't see the block here, but there's a block around it. They've got this digital twin application. It's a company. They've got real sensors, physical sensors throughout the country. They've got thousands of them. There are only a couple shown for simplicity. So they've got all those real sensors, and they can also analyze and try and predict what the virtual sensing values will be. But what we said is, can we use right at the end a supplier's graph neural network algorithm that they're applying to water pressure in some drinking water system? If they apply it there, but can we apply it to sort of spatially reconstruct where you cannot, or it's going to take too long according to policy to include some virtual sensors somewhere? So what we do is we say, we use this abstraction, we've implemented something, and you'll see afterwards simple stuff to show it works or can work and how it will work. You can create a module where this customer that has an application can say, I'm going to create an instance where maybe I'm training that module or I'm adding parameters specific to my case so that I can send the data at every moment of the real sensors and have the prediction. It's quite straightforward and simple, but it's this idea that we want to plug in more and more of our projects. So in the end, the student did something very simple. They just used basic stuff, Docker, MySQL, some RabbitMQ, just basic things. And we got it running with basic functionality. He went on and made a front end, which of course itself was very simple because it wasn't expected. But at the same time, that requires a lot of work on its own. And that itself could be one of the modules that have to be created. So it allows people to create. You can create for yourself, or you can create for communities, but you can collaborate, and it adds a degree of flexibility to access all of these components that we're creating in different projects. So I just wanted to mention that we have a few ongoing projects. Of course, there are many more, but I wanted to, you can't see the InnerShare logo, I suspect, because I can't see it over there. But for example, in BioDT, we have this one platform that accesses the Lumi supercomputer, and there are lots of prototype digital twins. You can servitize the whole platform if you wanted to, conceptually, of course, because it requires some work, but someone can access that. You can run instances, set up instances, but they have to connect to those resources as well. DTO Bioflow, again, that's in that space. In transportation and mobility, we've got Zephyrus, which basically looks at logistics, planning digital twins, together with batteries on those trucks, the long distance haul electric trucks, to liaise and federate the digital twins so that they can together help make a better decision about what path to take across Europe, right, for those trucks and delivery. Change to twin in smart industry, flexible manufacturing. There they have it's sort of to help SMEs along with their digital twin journey. They've got lots of components, a lot of suppliers of tools, and then there are processes by which to help them. But how do you give them access to those technologies so that they don't always have to have an expert to make it happen for them? Their experts can just engage to the level that they need to engage with those service components. So basically that was it. I just want to say, we're doing, like I said, we're pushing this in our future projects. So if you do reach out to me, maybe there's a way we can see how we can try and make something like this happen. I'm sure we're all trying to do this, but everybody's trying to do it in their way, and we're trying to find some middle ground that's easy to navigate. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Paolo. I don't know, there are questions from the audience? No? Maybe one quick one from my side is, no? So you mentioned, of course, different type of digital twins, like life science, industry. Yeah. Do you think that for all of this type of digital twins, there will be like one single platform, or to manage it, I mean, to build? Or... I'm
a bit of the, I don't necessarily like the research question approach. I like the hypothesis approach where I claim something, sorry, and then I test it. And I think it's something we desire, and we'll do it as far as we can until we realize we can't. So what I'm trying to find is the spot to which point there's also this idea of the 80-20%. I know if people have different versions of that story, but generally 80%, we can see there's a lot of 80% is the customization. It's expensive, it's risky, and 20% is the generalization. And you sort of want it to flip. Now, you might not get 20-80, but to what point can we move that? Because there are lots of pilots. Everybody's focusing on pilots, which makes sense because we're exploring. So to answer your question, I can't give you the answer. Can we do it exactly that we find that holy grail? I don't think it exists, but we are exploring that in some way, in a different way, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that I don't see the questions, so we can close the session on digital twins. Thanks again, Paolo. And we are, so now we have the session on pitches on demonstration. So I leave the floor to Bilal.
Thanks, Andrea. So yeah, before the welcome reception, there's still one more session. So I would invite the poster presenters and the demonstration presenters to join me next to the stage. I am aware that some people might have already left and that some people might not be here in the room, but we will see how it goes. So the first one.
I think it works, yes. Hi, I'm Daniel Lezzi from Barcelona Supercomputing Center. So my demo is about how to solve a big problem that we have in the society. So stroke, which is the second cause for death in the world, and there is very few prevention activities, but all using next generation technology. So with our proposal, our value proposal is OneCareI, which is a spin-off of BSC that we are actually now funding. That aims at solving this problem through artificial intelligence model that integrates genomic, physiological, and clinical information in one solution. And we will use wearable devices for the continuous monitoring of the general population. And of course, we will use BSC in-house HPC techniques for fast and efficient data processing. So the demo actually consists of these edge to cloud. There are no colors, but there are colors here. Edge to cloud deployment, where we have developed this, trained this artificial intelligence model at the BSC premises, and this model is available as a service in a serverless deployment managed by UPV with the Oscar technology. And this way, we use the actually a smartwatch to take an ECG and ask the server for the prediction on the stroke risk. So tomorrow you are welcome to see the demo. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so hello, my name is Fernando Aguilar from the Spanish National Research Council, and in my demo tomorrow at 12:30, I will show you the main features of Feriva, that is a tool that tries to evaluate, validate, and also advise how to improve the fairness level of your digital objects. And in particular, I will talk and I will demonstrate how you can develop your own plugin. We started developing Feriva, implementing different fair indicators from the one working group of the Research Data Alliance. And what I will show you tomorrow is how you can connect this tool to your own data space, to your own data repository, and how you can do it for implementing, for example, the access to your metadata and data in order to perform and do these tests to get some results like you can see there. And well, if you are interested, so join me tomorrow at 12:30 somewhere. Thank you. Next slide, please. Is the, oh, sorry, it's here. Yeah.
Okay, do you know this feeling when you've had too much buffet lunch, you come to a session and you sit in a cozy chair and slowly slide into a delicious nap? Well, not on my demo session. It's gonna be packed with interesting stuff, dynamic, engaging for everyone, for users, data owners, data scientists, administrators, and developers. I'm going to show the One Data system. One Data is a distributed data management platform catering for scientific use cases and enabling cross-organizational collaboration. The demo will happen on Data Hub, which is EGI's production service. Any of you can access and use. It will show a scenario where multi-cloud workloads are run seamlessly on a data set that is distributed among 3 data centers. I'm Lucas, your One Data/Data Hub guy, and I hope to see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. in San Biagio. Thanks. Stay distributed.
So here we stand finally. We are doing infrastructure, providing data. Okay, that's boring. Actually, normally you don't see databases unless they stop working. We try to make that life easier so that they don't stop working. And we do that on particular data that is multidimensional, spatial temporal data, or in short, data cubes. And what you're going to see in the demo tomorrow, you are kindly invited to come to Morocco to see AI cubes, to see chatbots talking about data cubes, a global federation performing distributed data fusion. And we're talking about live demos here. The use cases presented are from our projects where we present aviation safety and Arctic environmental monitoring. So tomorrow, 12:30, I count on you. Thank you.
So, ciao, good afternoon. I'm Amanda Calatrava from the Polytechnic University of Valencia. And I have some questions for you. So, do you work with artificial intelligence models? Maybe do you want to connect them, to combine them to offer and enrich outputs? And if so, are you looking for a composition with a simple interface based on a drag and drop approach? If the answer of any of these questions is yes, maybe you are interested in our solution that is called AI for Compose. This is a solution that we have developed in the AI for Us project, and we will show you tomorrow how it integrates Oscar, that is our serverless framework that is in charge of executing the inference phase of the AI models, together with 2 different solutions, Node-RED and ELIRA, to offer this visual interface for drag and drop composition. On the one side, Node-RED works with Forfuse in order to have multi-tenancy for the end users. And also on the other side, we have ELIRA that we have been integrated this solution in EGI notebooks. So scientists can work in a friendly and known environment that is based on Jupyter notebooks. So come and visit us tomorrow. We will be at the Barocco room at 2 p.m. See you.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, this is funny, but it's actually not a demo what I'm going to present, and this is not like the Magritte painting. This is actually not a demo. It's just a talk. But if you're interested, I'm gonna talk about this little Python package we're developing at URAC Research for computing, and not only computing but also analyzing and sharing these so-called climate indices, pretty much like the IC Clean maybe package previous presenter were talking about. So it could be interesting to share ideas. And so yeah, basically trying to extract information from all of these future projection of temperature and precipitation, trying to get actual information that can be used for, you know, tailored climate services and decisions. Thanks.
So welcome everybody. My name is Attila Farkas, and I guess our demonstration has the most complex title. Thank you for my colleagues. But in a nutshell, what will happen in this demonstration? At Hungary, we have a national cloud called the Hungarian Cloud, and at this cloud, we are providing different tools, different reference architectures to support different kind of research in our country. And one of these latest result is we have created a quantum reference architecture. With this architecture, we can provide access to different kind of quantum resources from our cloud. And how this reference architecture can be used. In this demonstration, we will demonstrate that in our national laboratory project, we are using this reference architecture for optimization. What kind of optimization? In this figure, you can see that we have different drones and automatic vehicles. And for that, we need some kind of pace tracking, and for that we created a demonstration where we simulated a traveling salesman problem and speeded it up with quantum resources. And if you want to know how this speed up can be done and how it's implemented, then you can see more about this demonstration tomorrow at 2 p.m. in some room. So thank you for joining, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Hello, hello. Now it would be the time to explain a joke or something. Some entertaining. Yep, okay. Okay. Presentazione. Okay, so are any of you expecting to have your research results be used by public authorities or aiming to contact public authorities? If the answer is so, we developed as a result of a former project called the CIDO, this competence center for public authorities aiming to bring together the two worlds. And on Wednesday at 2 o'clock in this same room, we will feature a couple of examples of projects that we have been collaborating, this Be Open and Your Breath, that are actually doing this, like bringing together like research data, like open science data, and it's being used by public authorities, and they will be explaining how the projects are going. So you are welcome to join.
So hi everyone again. My name is Judith Sainz Pardo and I'm from the Spanish National Research Council, and I want to motivate you to attend to my demo. So let's imagine that we want to build a machine or deep learning model and that we have different data owners that they can share their data or they can centralize their data or share it with a third party. In this line, it can be due because we are dealing with privacy restriction, with technical reasons, or even due to legal restrictions. For this purpose, we can apply federated learning, which allow us to perform, well, we will bring computation to the data instead to moving the data where is the computation. So we will be able to train global models without centralizing data. Now let's imagine that we can perform a complete federated learning approach using a quite simple platform that allow us to create the server and perform all this architecture. For this purpose, in this demonstration, we will use the platform EGI for EOS. And my idea is that we will start by reviewing a little bit what is federated learning. We will see a real use case example. You can see in the figure, which is concerning agrometeorology. And we will finish with a demonstration of medical imaging. And if the internet connectivity allows us, you will be able to participate as an additional data owner to the whole architecture. So I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marek Kasztaniak, and I'm representing the CyfroNet Supercomputing Center from Krakow. And we are providing the HPC cloud and data resources to Polish scientists and collaborators. Also, we are doing a lot of research projects, and I will be presenting the result of our work, the model execution environment, which is a tool integrated with the HPC and with the S3 storage, which allow to run a simulation connected with the digital human twin in easy ways. So it's integrated with the HPC, and we are doing quite nice things connected with the user rights delegations to the HPC, transferring the data between the S3 and the HPC infrastructure. And we are making a life of the researchers connected with the digital human twins a little bit easier. And if the internet connectivity allows, tomorrow I'll be showing you how to set up a new organization, create the new simulations, and run it on the HPC infrastructure. Thank you.
So unfortunately, Lucia from LifeWatch Eric couldn't be here today, but here, well, below on the bottom of the slide, you will find the directions for following her demo. So yeah, thanks for that.
So hi everyone. So our demo is about Pangeo at EOSC. So it's a EOSC service to enable big data scientific discovery and collaboration. So why do you want to come tomorrow? Because we are the users. Do you want to meet a user? Do you want to meet a user in action? And do you want to meet a user on EOSC? Then you need to come tomorrow, because we will show you, and we will show you how we can detect clouds, cells, galaxies, whatever, in one platform on the EOSC. So please come, because you don't need us, but we need you. We need compute, we need storage, and we need GPUs, and we need a lot more than what you give us. So come.
Hello, my name is Borja Esteban, and I come from Cultural Institute of Technology, and I'm here to present you Templates Hub, a service under AI for EOSC. If you struggle with inconsistent environment, dependency management, or tedious setups for your scientific project, here, Templates Hub is to save the day. Our service will provide you with ready-to-go custom templates that will help you create, standardize, and standard projects in seconds. Whether it is AI model, Python setup, pick up a template, fulfill a form, and you will get a Docker power ready-to-go project. No more headaches over compatibility issues. Join me Thursday, 12:30, room San Marino, and I will demonstrate you how Templates Hub can keep your projects reproducible for years. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Hi, I'm Robert from OIPUB. In my previous talk, I explained how we basically topic tag all research and form topic information streams for any and every niche, which you can combine into community streams as well. Here, I just want to talk a bit as well about the data science that we do a bit in the background, supported by EGI computational resources. What we effectively do is, as well, for every topic and every community, we do lots of relevance and impact assessment for every paper in every topic and community. So this results in three main sort options, which effectively act as a very quick and easy literature review or initial literature review for any and every subject you might want. All you have to do is select the topics and build a community. We've got the top score, which helps you keep up to date with a balance of relevance, impact, and recency. The top score, which is like, you can very easily find the foundational papers in any and every subject, and latest, of course, for keeping up to date. So we'll have a live demo tomorrow in San Martino. Hope to see you there. That's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Luca. I would like to talk about a project we are currently undertaking. It's a research action which aims to develop a decentralized edge-based compute system, which is enabled by AI and ML and manages to self-orchestrate. We are going to apply this to the smart energy grids area. And we have a demo on the 3rd at 12 o'clock, about 12 o'clock, and a seminar at 15:15 on the 3rd, where we are going to discuss trustworthy AI for autonomous edge system management. Thanks.
So unless in the meantime, the presenter of this demo is in the room. Okay, he's here. Okay, good.
Yeah, hello, my name is Adrian Rosines, and tomorrow at 2 p.m. or something like that, I will be showing you the next generation of the container compute platform. We will be talking about how to containerize your workloads, computations, how to run it in Kubernetes, play with some ingresses, mapped volumes, secrets, and stuff like that. So if you will be interested in using this compute platform, then join my demo and we can discuss this.
And the same goes with, I was using the wrong laptop, with this presenter. If not, we will move to posters. So there is a poster competition. So in your conference bags, you have a very small Moo card, like a sort of business card with the best poster. And the poster exhibition is at the end of the corridor where the other coffee station is. So if you haven't checked the other coffee station yet, so go there so that you can also see the posters. And you can find a plastic bag next to each poster where you can you can cast your vote there. So please do, because we are having a competition for the best poster. So it would be very nice if you could do that. Okay, so Yeah, the timeline for voting is that the vote closes on Thursday at 12. So yeah, be sure you cast your vote. Thanks.
Hi there. It's very nice to see again a few of you that attended our workshop earlier. I'm Francesco Zimanti. I'm a project manager at Lisbon Council. I'm also the dissemination manager for this brand new project. It's called CEDAR. Just giving you a very wrap-up walkthrough of the project. The project is about fighting and preventing corruption spreading in public administration in Europe. The project is fully aligned and strategically located with main priorities of the European strategy for data. So the ultimate and ambitious goal is to support the transferability, accessibility, interoperability of data across a public domain and public administration in Europe, possibly to prevent infiltration of organized crime in public administration as well. We do have, I'm not going to linger on the different challenges. We will have and key objectives, let's say, because we will have a dive deep session on Thursday afternoon at 3 p.m. There is a dedicated workshop with another twin project, so-called, it's called Tango. And I would just like to mention the 3 key pilot studies that we are running in this moment, tackling 3 different domains in public administration, healthcare, and the rebuilding of restoring of a Ukrainian infrastructure that are taking place, by the way, in Italy, Slovenia, and Ukraine. So if you want to know more, I'm here at the booth, and I will be accompanied by the technical coordinator on Thursday. So he will be able to give you a more technical driven perspective of the project. Thank you very much. Vote for us if you like our poster.
So I think that this is one of the poster presenters missing in action. So let's move to the next one.
Hello everyone. So this poster is about the urban heat island effect. So it's a phenomenon where man-made materials like concrete or asphalt, which are normally used in cities as well as buildings, tend to capture, store, and release heat differently from natural materials that you normally find in rural areas. And this leads to higher temperatures at certain times of day and certain seasons of the year. So those who are in the climate or meteorological community probably already know about that very well. But for those who are not from these communities, who work in humanities, agriculture, biodiversity, or even local authorities or public authorities, they often struggle to find authoritative data, to develop or write code, to download it, to store it, to process it, and then to generate drafts. And for them, we've developed this EGI stream tool. It streams data directly from the internet. So you just select the 2 points you want to compare, press a button, select the period of interest, and it does it for you. And within seconds, you can get this kind of plot. So we've been doing that in the frame of the Euroscience Gateway project, using resources from EGI and Panzera at EOSC. At the moment, it's a Jupyter notebook, but eventually it will become a Galaxy tool that well, anybody can use. So I encourage you to come and see our poster and talk about it if you want. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matthias from the German Meteorological Service, DWD. And within the Symphony project at DWD, we combine weather forecasting systems that are so far developed and executed on separate infrastructure levels, as you see on the left. Well, it's hard to see, but now to do the combination of these systems, we need to pour one part of the forecasting procedures, and for that we use Docker containers. To maintain these containers, we have set up a DevOps procedure that couples GitLab with Jenkins Perforce and our HPC system that you see here on the right. Now, if you want to talk about using containers and HPC systems, or if you want to discuss our DevOps procedure, or just in general want to talk about weather forecasting procedures, I invite you to come to my poster. Thank you. See you there. Hi, I'm Martin. I'm from PSNC. I'm representing here for EOSC team. It's easy to recognize us. We have a kind of white, badge holders. So if you look around, there's a lot of us here. So basically, what I'm presenting is one of the initial use case of this scenario that make use of AI for EOSC, and basically this comes from real requirements of National Advisory Platform for farmers. We have currently in this platform over 200,000 fields and over 30,000 farmers. And basically, we are currently using the infrastructure of 550 agrometeo stations and predictive mathematical models. And so for the 20 most important cultivation in Poland. So now we wanted to extend this toward the AI detection of the diseases, early diseases, and we choose the rye and sugar beet. And thanks to AI for EOSC, we gained improved AI models and basically whole chain from data collection up to training of the model. So if you are interested in discussing with us, please visit the poster, or we have also the exhibition stand next to here of AI for EOSC. So thank you.
Okay, so here's me again with another hat. Okay, so how many of you need funding from European projects and from Horizon Europe? Yeah, so I have good news and bad news. I start with the bad news. You need to exploit and you need to prove the impact of the project. The good news is that here I am to help you with. So we have developed a poster that is explaining the innovation management system that we have been creating, that we have generated for the Intertwin project. So you are welcome to come and talk and learn about it and learn about the results of and the expected results of the Intertwin project, and we can discuss collaboration opportunities. And as well, if you have any project idea and you need somebody to exploit or to help with exploitation and the impact assessment, you can come and also discuss.
Hello. At our university, there are many research laboratories operating many scientific devices. And there was also a requirement to prepare a unified solution for managing data sets which are emerging on these devices. So we developed such solution, such data set registering solution on the top of one data management solution. And details I will tell you if you came to our poster.
Well, hello, my name is Álvaro from the Spanish National Research Council, and I would like to introduce Imagine, where we are delivering a solution for building AI-based service, leveraging imaging data for ocean research. We are doing so by mobilizing several resource providers from the EGI Federated Cloud. On top of that, we are building a platform using software coming from the EI for EOS platform that helps researchers to build AI models that then we can develop as services. And with those services, and together with a large community that we are building bottom up from a competence center, we are delivering 5 thematic services plus 6 new candidates for thematic services that are ready to be used by the more global research community. We have an open call for new use cases that is continuously running. So please come to the poster or to the EGI booth or hang with us around, and let's see if we can help you building AI-based services for aquatic research. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Federico Drago from EGI Federation, and I'm wearing the Embry Hub Next hat today. So this is one of the projects that we happily coordinate. It brings us very close to research infrastructures and communities themselves. So as you can see here, it involves 10 research infrastructures representing all 4 of the domains included in Embry community. So we have solid earth, atmosphere, ecosystems, and marine science. And of course, also the ones that work at the intersection of these different domains. The main goal, of course, is to make access and reuse of data easier to researchers. And this project is building upon the legacy of the Embry Fair project, together with a series of other new projects, such as EmbryNov. And you can learn more about this effort tomorrow in the speech by my partner Ulrich Bundke in the session at 5:15, if I'm not wrong. And he will surely convince you to vote for us for the poster competition. Make sure you do. And thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, Magdalena. As you know, we are all increasingly more and more being affected by the climate change and the related impacts. Luckily, we have these things in Europe called research infrastructures. And IRISC is a project that is supposed to tackle this risk through the integrated research infrastructure services. So we bring together 14 RIs from the environmental domain, but also from the biomedical domain and social sciences. And together we provide the transnational and virtual access to the research facilities, stations, modeling tools, and of course, data. This is really bold project for 4.5 years, 15 million euros. And we will release the services in 3 different stages. At first, we connect the existing services, then we integrate the services, and I'm personally most excited about the last service release, which is going to be co-designed with the policymakers and commercial entities. So if you don't want to risk it, cast a vote for IRISC.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dios Cardaci, EGI Technical Solution Team Lead, and I'm introducing you the EOSC Beyond project. EOSC Beyond is a project that is in charge of running a EOSC innovation program. EOSC Beyond has been set up, has been created with the idea to have an EOSC as a network of EOSC nodes. So with the concept of nodes, so to say, embedded in the project idea, and it's in charge of delivering the next generation of core services that will be the basis to create the new EOSC platform architecture that will be used as a reference architecture to set up EOSC nodes. In particular, the project will work on 3 main streams. The first one is about innovation of already existing core services, like that will be operated by the EOSC node. So we are talking about AI, monitoring, helpdesk, and so on. The second stream is about creating new core services to add new capabilities to EOSC, as in particular the possibility to compose services and other resources together to solve scientific problem and to automatically execute, deploy them in the underlying EOSC infrastructure. And finally, to develop solutions, software libraries to facilitate the automated integration between different components of EOSC. The project is also in charge to deploy a testbed for EOSC Core Innovation Sandbox, that will be used to validate the new development the project will deliver, but also is offered to third party to test the integration in EOSC, to test the new nodes that the communities are willing to establish. The project embeds a number of pilots, EOSC pilots nodes, from national, regional, infrastructure, and thematic communities, and is also open to support more pilots that will be interested to use our testbed. EOSC Beyond will be presented tomorrow during the EOSC session, so I would invite you to join to know more about this project. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jer Krijger from Maris, and today I will introduce you to two posters we have in the context of Blue Cloud 2026. This morning, or this afternoon actually, Massimiliano already introduced Blue Cloud as a project for the exhibition stand. And we have two posters that highlight, let's say, two specific parts of the technical framework. And the first one is about Beacon, which is a new subsetting system that we've developed over the last years, which can give you access to subsets of large quantities of climate data. So for example, Argo or the World Ocean Database, we can now make it possible for users to chunk through this huge collection of data and filter based on time periods, depth ranges, parameters, and then on the fly give that back to you. And this is a really interesting system that we also implement in Blue Cloud. And this poster will now will show how it's implemented in workbenches. And there the idea is that at a regular interval, data products are generated. And these data products are then based on these large collections. And by using this system, it's much easier for the user to work with the data. So that's the first one. And then the second one has to do with the virtual research environment, also in the context of Blue Cloud. So there we have a set of virtual labs that are available related to different use cases. And this poster will give you more information on what kind of tools and services are available, but also what services are developed within the virtual research environment that are then made available again to the users there. And there also we will have then the connection to the Beacon system, but also to the Blue Cloud Data Discovery and Access Service, where you see on screen a set of marine data infrastructures that can supply data to the virtual research environment. So that's more or less the two posters. Of course, if you have more questions about it, you can also come to the Blue Cloud stand. And tomorrow at 11 in the morning, yes, I think, in the San Martino room, I will have a presentation about Beacon, but also Blue Cloud more broadly. So if you're interested about that, then please come. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Nikos Liabotis from GRNet. I'm here to talk about ARC3. So what is ARC3? It's actually the third iteration of ARC, but instead of calling it ARC3, which would be boring, we thought it would be cooler to call it ARC3, which stands for Advancing Federated Access Management and User-Centric Technologies for Pan-European Research Infrastructures. So ARC3 is not just about a cool name. It has already started working on collecting and analyzing requirements for different research infrastructures. This information will be used to extend the ARC blueprint architecture, or ARC BPA, another acronym that you might have heard of, by developing new technical and policy guidelines to address these gaps and also bring new capabilities to the AI, including new federation models like the OpenID-based federations, or completely new approaches to identity management, including self-sovereign identities and wallets. So if you're interested to learn more about the future directions of AI in ARC3, please come to the ARC stand tomorrow or on Thursday. We have 3 different poster sessions that you can learn more about ARC3. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yuri Demchenko, I'm University of Amsterdam and also coordinator of the project Green Digit. So I'm happy to present you the project Green Digit that actually started like 6 months ago. And the goal of this project is to deliver solutions for community, for research infrastructure, for data centers, how we can decrease energy consumption, make it optimized, and also environmental impact of research infrastructure. But we were quite surprised when we started the project about complexity of the problem. So we did this 6 months, make an extensive study of practices, of standards, regulations, and finally came to the quite community maybe acceptable approach, shared responsibility model. If we want to talk about sustainability, we mostly goes about data centers and research infrastructure. This is sustainability of research infrastructure. But we are active researchers and we need to be also aware how to achieve sustainability on the research infrastructure. And we identified functional components. We identified functional components for research infrastructure tools, and currently in a stage of identifying data models, metrics, a KPI, and also protocols to exchange this information. Okay, so we will publish in next 1-2 months something based on this diagram. Also started working on sustainability by design. That is actually very complex area. You search for the Green Digit, you find publications and documents, and we're happy to accept your contribution and discussion. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Andrea Cristofori. I'm from EGI. I'm here to represent Datamite, in which EGI is participating. The idea of the project is to exploit the data that is accumulated by different participating in the project. We have 3 pilots and 6 use cases to try to monetize, but not only as money, but as extract value from this data that is being collected. To do that, a stack of software with different modules is being developed with a different aim for each component, and also the idea to make available this data outside if desired. We have a poster in the poster session. If you are interested, please come and visit us and maybe vote for us. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jean-Marc Delouis, coming from Ifremer Brest. I have great news for you. I am a Pangeo EOSC user, or we are Pangeo EOSC user. And this poster is here to show you how Pangeo EOSC is very efficient to test some scientific ID. So this ID is very simple to explain. The sea level is well measured from space for the last 30 years, thanks to altimetry. But at the same time, we have tide gauges for century. I mean, first measured of the tide is accurate measured as occurred in the 19th century. Using some machine learning, which is not using neural networks for good reason, because we have a small amount of data. And thanks to Pangeo EOSC, we demonstrate that we have the ability to reconstruct globally what was the sea level in 60s. So if you want to discuss a little bit more on why we are not using anymore a neural network, and why I'm convinced that it's dead for some usage in physics. And if you want to discuss on how efficient Pangeo EOSC help us to solve this problem, please come to the poster and ask questions to Tina on me. Thank you.
So I will skip the slides of the missing poster because the poster pitches were not mandatory. So I'm very happy that people took time to stay here. So before I release you for the welcome reception, I would like to point out that at the opening, well, the welcome reception, opening reception, whatever we want to call it, there will be an olive oil tasting. And in your bag, there is a sample of that olive oil that you can bring back home. So yeah, I hope you will enjoy it. So the welcome reception starts right now upstairs at the restaurant. So enjoy it, and thanks again for being here.